afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Thank you all for being here. If I could ask folks to start quieting down, we're going to begin the meeting. Good afternoon. Welcome. All right, Tony, can we please call the roll?
Jimenez.
Present.
Torres.
Present.
Cohen.
Here.
Ortiz.
Present.
Davis. Dwan. Candelas.
Here.
Foley. Batra.
Present.
Kamei.
Present.
Mahan.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Now, if you're able, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Today's invocation will be given by Father John Pedigo of the Catholic Diocese of San Jose, and Councilmember Ortiz will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. I hope everyone here had a nice and relaxing Mother's Day weekend. I'm excited to continue my month of invocations by introducing Father John Pedigo, who is a priest. Yes, round of applause, please. Father John Pedigo is a priest in the Diocese of San Jose and has been working with the interfaith community of Silicon Valley, labor, community organizers, and civil rights activists for over 35 years. He just stepped down from his most recent position as the Director of Advocacy and Community Engagement for Catholic Charities and is currently working on a community development project on belonging, healing, and trauma-informed organizing. Thank you for joining us here today, Father, and for leading today's invocation.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan, City Council, and the great people of San Jose. Especially thank you to Councilmember Ortiz for the invitation to offer today's invocation. I will borrow from the Jewish and Christian traditions for this reflection today. This Sunday, Western Christians will be celebrating the Feast of Pentecost, a feast whose roots are in the ancient Jewish festival Shavuot. The common feature of both Pentecost and Shavuot are spirit and community. Both religions celebrate the emerging power of community that is coming into its own. In both instances, however, the power of community that is coming into power has to be tempered by the ethics of equality and racial inclusion and radical inclusion. The ethics revealed in the Torah, that is the holy books of Moses, and revealed also through the direct experience of the Spirit, is an ethics of love. It is an ethics that calls humankind to remember that we are all connected together. Once we internalize this connection, we no longer see the stranger as a danger or a potential rival, but rather as a unique manifestation of the divine. This ethic of love is ultimately an ethics of belonging and connection, and it is certainly not unique to monotheistic religions. It is, in fact, a common ground for many of us who belong to one of the hundreds of spiritual religious traditions here in San Jose, from Zoroastrianism to humanist traditions. The interfaith community knows that when we have an ethics of love, belonging, and radical inclusion at the center of our work and the center of our conversations, we have compassion, and when we have concern for the most vulnerable among us, when we take note of the recently arrived young adult asylum seeker from Colombia with nothing but a backpack standing in front of Our Lady of Refuge Parish Hall, or the recently evicted single mother from the Mayfair community, or the unhoused man living under a blue tarp by Highway 85 in Blossom Hill, that all of these people must be and are included in the ethics of love. It is therefore my prayer that this council meeting not only consider statistics and budgeting in their decisions, but also have in front of mind an ethics of love. With the ethics of love, we are reminded that we are not just about policy, we are about people. And so, may the spirit of love find her place in the discussions and deliberations of this council meeting. May the Spirit soften the hearts of council members and the mayor, that they may hear each other and hear the people. May the Spirit give this community the strength to resist the impulses of division, privilege, and violence, so that all of us, from many nations, religions, genders, sexualities, abilities, and perspectives, might stand together as one people under justice. Amen.
Thank you for that moving invocation, Father. We are on to ceremonial items. Councilmember Candelas, if you join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim May 17th as World Neurofibromatosis Awareness Day.
Good afternoon. Today we recognize May 17th as World Neurofibromatosis Day to raise awareness. Neurofibromatosis, also known as NF, is a hereditary condition which can appear at any point in the person's life that can manifest itself in a lot of bumps and tumors across the body. The tumors are generally benign, but they can still cause neurological problems with hearing, balance, pain, or weakness, and depending on where they grow. That is why it's important to go to the doctor to get checked up regularly. About half of all people with NF inherited it from a parent. The other half developed it as a result of a spontaneous gene mutation, which is entirely by chance and cannot be controlled. This day is about raising awareness about the condition, helping those who have it to better understand it and help remove the stigma that some have suffered due to its disfiguring aspect. Like many genetic diseases, there's no cure for NF, but raising awareness, we seek to create and ensure that the research into it to help make a difference in people's lives. Now, I would like to invite Dina Morsili, an advocate for the Children's Tumor Foundation, to say a few words before the mayor presents the proclamation. Dina.
Hi, my name is Dina Morsili, and on behalf of the Children's Tumor Foundation, thank you. I'd like to thank Councilmember Candelas, Mayor Mahan, and the City of San Jose for recognizing May 17th as NF Awareness Day. Part of the mission of the Children's Tumor Foundation is to shine a light on NF. While as many as 1 in every 2,500 people have this condition, most people have never heard of it. I had never heard of it until I was diagnosed. I was diagnosed about 5 years ago after my doctor discovered a series of tumors in my neck and down my spine. And it's pretty terrifying when your doctor says the word tumor to you. You know, these tumors can cause deafness, blindness, bone abnormalities, disfigurement, cancer, learning disabilities. And as the council member said, there is no cure. I feel lucky every day that thus far I'm healthy. I get 2 MRIs a year and I have a whole team of doctors monitoring me, but there are thousands of others that suffer from this condition that have, suffer in constant pain and really struggle with it. So proclamations like these are an important step in continuing to spread awareness and hopefully helping to one day find a cure. So thank you.
Take a picture. Next, if the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Dewan, and Councilmember Batra would join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
Thank you all for being here to proclaim May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of San Jose. I have invited Kimberly Lamb with the Asian Pacific American Leadership Institute, AAPI, to receive our proclamation today in recognition of their achievements in uplifting and empowering new generations of leaders in the AAPI community and beyond, and in inspiring people to advocate for their communities and causes they care about. I want to thank Kimberly and the founder and executive director, Dr. Michael Chang, and the whole AAPI team for your endeavors and achievements. I will now turn it over to Councilmember Bien Duan.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you for being here today. It's incredible we can celebrate the AAPI month. And I have Mr. Hong Kao here. He deserves the recognition in the Asian American Pacific Islander Proclamation for his impactful activism within the Vietnamese community in the city of San Jose, and his dedication role as an operation director for the Viet Museum. Through his tireless efforts, he has not only preserved the cultural heritage, but also advocates social justice and community empowerment, making him a significant figure in advancing the interest of the Asian American Pacific Islander. I'm going to hand it over to our council member, Adjournment.
I hope I can still do this magic. Oh, yes. Mayor and all my colleagues, Vish Misra receives today's proclamation for all those AAPI members who contribute to our high-tech Silicon Valley, what the Silicon Valley is and has become. Vish has been in Silicon Valley for 5 decades. He's a venture capitalist. He's a venture director at the Venture Clearstone. He has served at TAI as a president and has been on the global board of trustees. He was an early co-founder of a network company which sold in 1989 for $225 million. He's a respected philanthropist, exceptional mentor for the young entrepreneurs, and a dedicated to many, many social causes. He's a pride of the AAPI high-tech community. Vish?
Thank you so very much.
Thank you for being here. On behalf of the council, I'd like to present the proclamation.
Congratulations. It's a great accomplishment. Thank you very much. And then we'll come together. All together out of the way. Mayor? There we go. There we go.
All right, and then if the Vice Mayor will stick around, and we'll invite Councilor Jimenez to join us, and we will recognize and proclaim May as Affordable Housing Month. So, Councilmember Jimenez come down, and then we're joined by Matthew Reed. We have SV at Home and the Affordable Housing Network. If any other representatives would, from the Affordable Housing Network would like to join us. So I'm honored to be here with my colleagues to I'm honored to be presenting this commendation with my colleagues to recognize May as Affordable Housing Month. Joined with us today are 2 organizations we will be recognizing for their work in affordable housing, SV at Home and the Affordable Housing Network. San Jose has been a leader in affordable housing, investing in a pipeline of 1,550 units since 2020, allocating dollars for a $50 million round of funding last year, and working hard this year despite Okay, let's not have the whole chamber come. I was asking if there was anyone from the Affordable Housing Network organization that will represent the group here. Okay, all right. We have also invested in quick-build emergency housing, leading to a 10% reduction in unsheltered homelessness. We will need to continue investing in an all-of-the-above approach that expands every lever we have to address homelessness and housing affordability. Of course, the County of Santa Clara led the way with the passage of Measure A in 2016, allowing them to invest in over 5,000 new homes. We have come far, but we have much further to go together. Over the last decade, our region has created 6 jobs for every 1 new housing unit, and ideally, we would need 1 home for every 2 jobs created. To deal with this shortage, the state has directed us with our latest RHNA target to plan for over 62,000 new homes in the next 8 years. We're going to have to incentivize housing production for all incomes with urgency and scale needed to meet this moment. And we can't do it alone. The truth is, we will need policy reforms and additional resources from regional, state, and federal partners to meet our goals. So we will proclaim May as Affordable Housing Month to reignite our collaborative efforts in advocating for those additional resources. Now I'd like to invite Matthew Reed, SV at Home's Director of Policy, to say a few words, and then we'll take a large group photo. Matthew?
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor Mahan. The mayor's covered a lot of our needs. I'm going to talk to you about the spirit of Affordable Housing Month. Affordable Housing Month is an annual opportunity for our movement for housing justice, our collective commitment to address the affordable housing needs of our communities, to recognize that we are not alone in this work. The theme is for us, for you, for all. While we appreciate the recognition of SV at Home today, this is really much bigger than us. Our role in Affordable Housing Month is really as a partner, a facilitator, a convener. In that spirit, I would like to recognize that it is a tradition to invite members of the Housing Department staff down if they are in the council chambers. I'd also like to acknowledge the important work that this council and that this city has done to be partners. SV at Home's role is to offer an invitation to those working towards affordable housing solutions to come during Affordable Housing Month to share their work, the lessons they are learning, to meet and learn from others, to forge and strengthen relationships that they have, and key to develop new relationships. Honestly, if we are doing our work, this is the role that we play every month of every year. This year, there are over 30 partner events. Many of them are talking about the fact that we will have an opportunity in November to vote to support and pass a regional bond measure that will bring $10 to $20 billion into the region, which will be a tremendous asset for us as we continue the work that we've been committed to. I invite you to check out the calendar, siliconvalleyathome.org. And I just want to say yes to celebrate, yes to acknowledge each other, but also to build and grow, most important to commit to our shared vision of a Silicon Valley comprised of just and inclusive communities where everyone has access to safe, stable, and affordable housing. Thank you.
All right, we're on to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? Okay, not seeing any. We will move on to the closed session report.
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have a report out of closed session today.
Okay, thank you, Nora. Next is the consent calendar. Are there any items the council would like to pull from consent? All right. Not seeing. Do we have a motion on the consent calendar?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Great, thank you. Tony, do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
There are no cards.
Okay. Coming back to the council, I don't see any hands. Let's vote.
Sorry.
There we go.
There we go.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. Okay, on to item, on to the land use consent calendar, which is item 10.1. Do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Oh, I believe it was dropped. Was land use dropped? Okay, it was dropped. Sorry, it was in my notes here still, but that was dropped. So just for the record, item 10.1 was actually dropped from the agenda. We will not vote on it today. So we will go on to item 3.1, which is the report of the city manager.
I do not have a report today. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. We are on to item 3.3, Appeals Hearing Board interview. Tony, do you want to tell us how this will work?
Yeah, both applicants emailed within the last half an hour to say they could not attend, so this meeting will be, this item will be rescheduled.
Okay, so we'll defer we will reschedule item 3.3. Moving right through this agenda. All right, we are on to item 3.4, our public hearing on the 2024-2025 proposed operating capital budgets and the proposed fees and charges for the city of San Jose, including the revision of percentage allocations of Measure E. I'm going to turn to the city manager for comment before we continue on.
Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council. Good afternoon to all those in attendance today. Today's public hearing on the proposed operating and capital budgets, the proposed fees and charges, and changes to Measure E spending allocations is an important part of the 2024-2025 budget development process. The budget documents under consideration are the result of City Council's approval of the Mayor's March budget message for fiscal year 24-25 and considers other City Council and administration priorities, recent community outreach and surveys, and the impacts of service reductions to our community. Clearly, the City Council has to weigh some difficult choices to both achieve the spending priorities in which they've previously given direction and to resolve the projected general fund shortfall. The public's participation here today, as well as over the next several weeks, is critical to informing these choices, the development of City Council budget documents, the development of the Mayor's June budget message, and the ultimate adoption of the 2024-2025 budgets. While we have no presentations today, Jim Shannon, our budget director, and the Mayor's Office budget director, Stephen Keynes, will be listening to public comment along with the City Council. Lastly, we are aware of a claim that the city has misread the direction and mandates from the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board to clean our waterways of pollutants, including addressing the impacts of unhoused individuals experiencing homelessness living adjacent to those waterways. Given some recent media statements that claims the mayor has inflated the costs related to these mandates and potential fines, I want to ensure that the public knows that the administration, in conjunction with the city attorney's office, has brought this issue to the city council and is directly responsible for our estimates in what it will take to meet our water board requirements. Our city attorney has estimated that if our stormwater permit is revoked, we could face fines up to $66,000 per pollutant per day. That is based on penalties outlined by the EPA, and she will speak more to that in just a few moments. We believe our plans and proposed approach to these requirements have fairly and accurately responded to these requirements and are necessary to ensure compliance with their direction and our stormwater permit regulations. However, Given the significance of this issue and its impact on our budget, we are reaching out to the Water Board now to seek clarity. I would like to ask our City Attorney, Nora Freeman, to talk more about the mandates and legal risks. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. The San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board previously rejected the city's third submittal of a direct discharge plan, which in accordance with the storm permit requirements is to demonstrate a commitment to and a plan for increasing housing and addressing trash, sanitary, and other services to reduce discharges into waterways associated with unsheltered homeless populations living in those waterways and in vehicles near storm drains. In addition to the Water Board's ability to impose fines and penalties for noncompliance, the Clean Water Act, which is a federal law, expressly provides for citizen enforcement of the stormwater permit requirements and unpermitted discharges of pollutants. An action for injunctive relief is authorized under the Clean Water Act, and violators of the act are also subject to an assessment of civil penalties and under the federal regulations, there's an escalator. And so those penalties are now up to $66,712 per day per violation for all violations. When considering the risks of noncompliance with the stormwater permit, the city must consider the risks from citizen enforcement as well as any actions directly undertaken by the Water Board itself. The city has been subject to citizens' lawsuits, and we are under a consent decree for one right now, and recently received a similar type of letter and notice of potential litigation for the sewer system. So those types of claims are real and something we need to work our way through and think through as we proceed. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we're ready for you to open the public hearing.
Great. Thank you to our city manager and city attorney for just clarifying some of that context. As we head into the hearing here on the proposed operating budget brought forward by the city manager, I do just want to thank our city manager for balancing a number of critical needs at a difficult time. As a council, we're facing a difficult decision-making process that involves a $50+ million shortfall and have to make tough trade-offs between urgent community needs, the need for affordable housing, the mandate, not just environmentally that you just heard about, but I would say the moral or ethical mandate to create alternatives to the tent encampments. We see the thousands of people living and in far too many cases literally dying on our streets every year, not to mention funding for basic infrastructure, parks, libraries, 911 response, and other core city services. So it's a tough time, but I am confident that if we can engage in civil dialogue and stick to the facts and the truth and listen to one another, we will get to a place where we strike a balance. And I know that as the city manager's budget makes very clear, this council is committed to continuing to make investments in both affordable housing and more immediate alternatives to the encampments we see on our streets, and particularly along our waterways that has subjected us to pretty significant risk in the coming years. So with that, today is a hearing. We are opening the hearing. We will hear public comment. Because of the extremely high volume of comment cards, we will limit to 1 minute per speaker. And when we close the hearing, we will then move on to the rest of our agenda. We have a number of other agendized items that we will need to get to later this evening, but this is our hearing on the proposed operating budget. So Tony, I'm going to turn it to you. I should also mention, and maybe Tony, if you want to explain how it works, we do have language translation services available as well.
Yes, we have in-person interpreters for Spanish and Vietnamese. We also have our Wordly app. When I put the speaker timer on the screen, you'll see a QR code, and you can use that QR code to listen or read in up to over 50 languages. When I call your name, please come on down. First person on the microphone can start speaking. The other people whose name I've called, we have the first row reserved for people waiting to speak after their name is called. So if you hear your name, come on down. That way we can move people through quickly. So we want to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak without having to sit here for hours and hours for waiting for their turn. Okay, so with that said, I'm going to start with a few names. I have Rose Amador, Lori Chavez, Larry Whitaker, Hong Cao, and Neil Collins. And it doesn't have to be in the same order I called, whoever gets up there first.
Good afternoon. My name is Rose Amador, CEO of Connection to Community. Connection works closely with the unhoused by assisting with showers, meals, washers, and most importantly, referrals for jobs. Connection's funding limitations does not cover damages to our building, water, constant cleanup around our facility while we are trying to provide services for the community. It is unacceptable that we have thousands of people living outside with the crime, fires, trash, environmental destruction, and so forth. We need to move faster to get people off the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Larry Whitaker. I live in District 9. I'm very concerned about the homeless situation. In particular, blight along the public trails and pollution of the water in the creeks. I'm frequently reminded of this because I often run along the trails, and I also help clean up the mess by volunteering with the mayor's group. I'm worried about safety of women, children, and elderly people. I'm concerned about thefts such as porch pirates, bicycles, car contents, and parts, and in retail stores. Whenever I park my car or bicycle, I'm worried about what might happen to it while I'm gone. I think this is the most important issue in San Jose today. It's most urgent that we solve this problem immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Lori Ramos Chavez with Connection. Connection strives towards a future where every person in our community has equitable access to resources and opportunities that promote their success and emotional well-being. We offer services that create opportunities for those most affected by social disparities. However, issues related to the unhoused can only truly be addressed by city government. Thousands surviving life living in squalor. Look what is happening to San Jose. Trash litters the street, fires, encampments riddled with crime. Homeless encampments cause broad damage to creeks and parks as they destroy vegetation and pollute the water, causing environmental destruction. To address these issues, the unhoused population should be treated as an emergency. I hope you agree that the city needs to address this now and get people off the streets where they can feel safe.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call down Enrique Navarro, Lisa Redding, Greg Peralta.
Hi, council member and the mayor. My name is Hong Cao. I'm director of Viet Museum. Come here on behalf of IRCC Viet Museum and Jensen Media. I'm totally support the proposal project from the city to deal with the homelessness, with the crime, and with the housing. But we, as you know, housing, affordable housing is an ongoing support. But the homelessness is a very urgent issue, need to be tackled. And as you know, we concerned about, how to resolve with the people who live in the water line, and with the 60,000 per day from the water board, apply on it. And so we would like to have the issue to be resolved as soon as possible. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Neil Collins. I'm a resident of D10. Our city is faced with a $50 million budget shortfall. Balancing our budget will require many difficult decisions to be made. I'm here today to voice my support for the city manager's budget proposal. She has spent a considerable amount of time analyzing every line item while staying true to the direction she has received from this City Council. There is no perfect solution when making budget cuts. However, I believe that she has crafted a budget that prioritizes critical city services that our citizens demand, such as providing a clean and safe city and sheltering the unhoused. I am asking that you vote to support these priorities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I speak to support the budget plan put forth by the City Manager and share the urgency that the Mayor has expressed with regards to the need to prioritize the requirements of our stormwater permit that, if allowed to go unmet by July of next year without immediate attention to the homelessness crisis on our waterways, will result in fines and litigation costs to the point that the rest of the budget won't matter because it possibly won't exist. Then everything that everyone of every political persuasion that is here to advocate for will be in jeopardy, from parks to city payroll increases, which the council barely approved not 1 year ago, but the bill has already come due for with the shortfall. Hard decisions do need to be made, but this priority can prompt us to address two objectives with added speed: cost effectively sheltering our homeless residents while avoiding costly penalties and environmentally protecting our riparian corridors. So let's stay focused on the urgent matter at hand, not distract ourselves from addressing this reality, and let us turn this challenge into an opportunity. Please support the City Manager's budget proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Before the next speaker starts, I'd like to call down Doug Goss, Joe Brown, Angel Aliano, and Gianella Ordonez. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Lisa, and I'm a resident of District 6, and I'm here in support of the City Manager's budget. It is unacceptable that we have thousands of people living on our streets and creeks. We must pursue congregate shelters, sanctioned encampments, and RV encampments. These options are the only way we will be able to clean our creeks and avoid penalties of hundreds of thousands of dollars a day that will rapidly make the city insolvent. These housing options worked for unhoused individuals successfully in other states to get the homeless off the street and into shelter where they can stay clean, fed, and receive the services they need. City Hall needs to prioritize moving people off the street and creek today. The City Manager's budget prioritizes getting homeless off the street and creeks. Please support the City Manager's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Peralta. I am here asking that you support our City Manager's budget. I realize that with such a large budget deficit, there is no sector that will get 100% of what it needs. But what the budget does do is prioritize homeless mitigation and cleansing our creeks without cutting vital city services. As our city attorney just mentioned to all of us, that by next July, the fines are going to be tremendous if we do nothing about this. One of the things also I would like to mention here is, regardless of where everybody stands, there are people on both sides of the issue here, that I would bet that everybody here believes that our city budget is, this needs to get done. We can't afford these fines. And I believe that regardless of where people stand, we all care about our environment. And what is happening to our environment right now is absolute travesty. I used to jog a lot through the...
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan, City Council members. My name is Doug Goss, and I'm here today as a proud resident of District 10. Over the past 2 years, we've made significant improvements over the homelessness crisis in the city of San Jose. But we still have thousands of unhoused residents living on our streets and along our creeks. It is estimated that about 20% of our unhoused residents live along our creeks. As you know, the federal government will be enforcing the federal clean water standards next July. So we urgently need to transition these residents along our creeks into sanctioned encampments, congregate shelters, and RV encampments in order to avoid huge financial penalties that will further our city's deficit. City Hall needs to prioritize the homelessness mitigation and cleaning our creeks without cutting vital city services. And that's what our City Manager's budget will do. I ask you to please support the City Manager's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Joe Brown. I live in District 9. Good afternoon to Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for having us. I speak in support of the city manager's budget. The city of San Jose has over $50 million deficit. This means that cuts will be made to programs and services. With a budget deficit of this size, no one will get 100% of what they want or need, but what this budget does do is prioritize homelessness mitigation, cleaning of our creeks without cutting vital services. It is unacceptable that we have thousands of people living on our streets and in our creeks. This contributes to blight, trash fires, environmental destructions, and crime. We must pursue congregate shelters, sanctioned encampments, and RV encampments. These options are the only way we will help to clean our creeks and avoid penalties of hundreds of thousands of dollars per day. And if we don't do that, it will be less than a half a year that will.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, and before you start, I'd like to call Patty McNeil, Bridget McKay, Carl Lee, and Dimitri Krugliak. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Janelle Ordonez from the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits, a co-convener of the Real Coalition. It is imperative the mayor and city council respond to the needs of the community, and unfortunately, this budget fails to do so in multiple areas. Taking Measure E funds for encampment sweeps and temporary solutions ignores the annual community survey, which shows that San Jose residents want to see more affordable housing and is a top priority for Black and Latina residents. The budget does not follow through on City Council's commitment to investing in violence prevention and alternative responses to police dispatch. We appreciate the increased focus in the Children Youth Services Master Plan, as well as the staff proposal to fund trust. However, the council should consider options beyond the ones presented in the memo and commit to ongoing sustainable funding to expand the program. Trust is a public safety resource and ensures people obtain health care instead of policing. We also need an Office of Community Safety and Violence Prevention to design and evaluate new programs and services to prevent violence in the community, the home, and the workplace. It's time we provide alternatives to policing, intervention, and create healing and restoration for a safer and thriving city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Angel Aliano with the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits, an alliance of roughly 200 community-based organizations working to support thriving and equitable communities in Santa Clara County. I'm also a member of the Real Coalition. Just to start off, I want to reiterate what Janella just said. It's absolutely imperative to protect our Measure E affordable housing dollars. We're also glad to see the proposed investment in the Office of Racial Equity and the city's expected commitment to equity standards and assessments of its budget, programs, and policies. However, the city must do more and step up to promote meaningful community engagement and civic participation. Despite demands by a whole host of folks across the nonprofit sector, the city still has not committed to adequately funding the Promotores program. The city must fund and expand this program and create an advisory board to assist the city in creating target services and programs. We'd also like to see this Promotores model include a real career pathway for those leaders and to develop as a significant part of our civic infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Honorable Mayor, Mahan, and Council, I'm Patty McNeil from District 7. Our city's tax base relies heavily on businesses. It's disheartening to see the copious amounts of empty retail space in San Jose. Many businesses are expressing their discontent with the presence of homeless encampments on their properties, creating an unwelcome atmosphere at their entrance. The situation discourages new business and poses challenges for existing businesses. This council prioritizes spending on affordable housing over addressing the urgent needs of the unhoused population. As more businesses avoid San Jose or relocate due to these issues, property values may decline, inadvertently leading to affordable housing in a very undesirable context. The council's past decisions to underfund shelter for unhoused demonstrate short-sightedness. I urge this council to prioritize.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members, I'm a 50-year resident of Berryessa. I urge you to support the city manager's budget. I know in times of deficit, actually any time budget is difficult, but especially in a deficit situation. I believe the city manager's budget gives us the best opportunity to help as many and as immediately our unhoused neighbors, as well as protect us from the financial and legal risk with not cleaning our waters, our creeks. And if that happens and we have to deal with those lawsuits and the fines, I think we would see a lot of whatever our priorities are for helping the homeless and affordable housing be in jeopardy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Before you start speaking, let me call a few more names. Also, I'm requesting one of the Spanish interpreters to come down because I have a request for that interpretation coming up. Michael Gordon, Jean Hunt, Tamara Chavez, Lorraine, Carla Koyak, and Luz Esteban. Go ahead.
Esteemed Mayor and Council members, my name is Dmitry Krugliak and I reside in District 3. I'm here to strongly support the City Manager's proposed budget. With a $52 million deficit, nobody is going to get everything they want. So we need to set the priorities where the money is going to have the biggest bang for the buck. The proposed budget accomplishes just that. We cannot be spending our limited housing funds on overpriced apartment construction while we have over 5,000 homeless neighbors with around 1/5 of them living in our creeks. The city must prioritize moving people off the streets and creeks today and cleaning up the blight that everyone can see and that is harming the reputation and competitiveness of our city. The proposed budget does just that in solving these problems. I'm urging everyone on the dais to support this budget proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, thank you for hearing me. My name is Gene Hunt. I'd just like to remind everybody in early April, the San Jose Mercury reported that the city of San Jose had $300 million that they could not account for that had been spent supposedly on unhoused or homeless people. And the city manager's budget right now actually requests money being transferred from funds set aside for that so that we can address the immediate problem that we have with the homelessness on our city, on our creek beds and stuff like that. So I'd appreciate it if I speak in support of that. I would appreciate it if each one of you, like you did the last time I was here for a budget message from the mayor, you supported that as well. I'd appreciate it if you'd all support the city manager's budget this time around as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Luz. Soy voluntariada del Sagrado Corazón. Vengo a alzar la voz. Llevo 3 meses sin hogar.
So, good afternoon. My name is Luz Alvarez. I'm a volunteer of Sacred Heart. I came here to raise this issue. I've been 3 months without a place where to live.
Llevo 3 meses sin un hogar donde refugiarme, donde sentirme segura.
It's been 3 months without a place, without feeling safe.
Por donde poder descansar después de un largo día lleno de estrés.
A place where I could rest after a long day of stress.
Por eso para mí es algo súper vital tener un lugar asequible.
For me, it's vital to have a place to live.
Donde llegar.
Where I can be part of.
Sentirme parte.
Where I can feel part of.
Y no estar desamparada en las calles.
And not be left outside on the streets.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan and council members. My name is Lorraine Zeller, and I'm a member of Survivors of the Streets and also lead of Community Living Coalition. I would like to emphasize the need not only for affordable housing, but for safe and stable housing. I'm very familiar with people who are being housed in incredibly horrid conditions. They're being warehoused, there's mattresses on the floor, right next to each other, cockroaches, bed bugs. These are human beings that are being placed in incredibly horrid conditions. I'm asking for more help also from code enforcement and work with the County of Santa Clara to ensure that human beings.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hola, buenas tardes. Soy Carla Coyoc, líder comunitaria con Luna. Estoy presente para expresar mis preocupaciones sobre el presupuesto de este año para que una vez más proponen desviar fondos críticos para viviendas accesibles hacia refugios temporales y esfuerzos de desalojar a la gente.
Good afternoon. My name is Carla Coyoc, community leader with Luna. I'm present to express my concerns about this year's budget, which once again proposes diverting critical affordable housing funds towards temporary shelters and evacuation efforts.
No deberíamos que tener que elegir entre un refugio provisional y una vivienda permanente accesible. Van juntos y se apoyan mutuamente. Al utilizar nuestra única fuente de financiamiento para viviendas permanentes accesibles para construir un refugio provisional, se debería reforzar a elegir entre dos cosas que en realidad van de la mano.
We should not have to choose between temporary shelter and permanent housing. They go together and support each other. By using our only source of funding for affordable permanent housing to build a temporary shelter, you will be forced to choose between two things that actually go hand in hand.
Por favor, no desvíen fondos de la medida E, ya que las viviendas permanentes accesibles son cruciales para nuestra comunidad. Gracias por su tiempo.
So thank you, and please do not avoid this measure E, because this housing, this permanent housing, are crucial for our community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Tamara Chavez, and I'm the Regional Director for PATH Santa Clara County, one of the leading service providers and affordable housing developers in San Jose. We recognize that encampments along waterways present a serious challenge, first and foremost to our neighbors seeking refuge and privacy along riverbanks, but also to water quality and the city's fiscal obligations. I and my entire PATH team are eager to work alongside the city to help residents exit unsafe riverside encampments, and we acknowledge that we may require Measure E expenditures. So it is even more crucial that we preserve Measure E funds for the most cost-effective outcomes. In our experience, there are better short-term options than safe sleeping sites, which require both significant operating costs and valuable land. The city might instead consider motel stays or master leasing of apartments, which have better outcomes on both encampment resolution and long-term housing stability. Additionally, hollowing out affordable housing capital dollars will increase delays and drive up costs of permanent supportive housing developments.
Thank you. That's your time. Ali Victorine Tuan Van, Carlos. Yeah, I think that could be what it says. Thank you for calling that out. Gustavo Gonzalez and Stephanie Ligsay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and council members. Thank you for hosting this today so that we can give our input. My name is Ali Victorine, and I am a president of the D7 Leadership Group and also a longtime volunteer with Keep Coyote Creek Beautiful. In fact, I'll be cleaning up Coyote Creek in just a few hours this afternoon. In 2014, the city was forced to close the largest homeless encampment in the U.S., nicknamed the Jungle. Inhabitants of the jungle were abated, but they were not given places where they were allowed to go. This created, in our neighborhood, a linear jungle along the beautiful miles of Coyote Creek. It severely impacted the health of the creek, the safety of Coyote Creek Trail, and the quality of life in D7 and D3. I am so excited that once again the City of San Jose is being challenged to do the right thing for the creek and also for the homeless in Camp.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, welcome. My name's Carlos Abrenga. I'm just here to speak about how emotional these people feel. I've been on the bottom and I've been on the top of life. So I'm working my way on up. But I feel if we really are compassionate about what goes on in those encampments, how those women and children feel down there, what's going on with everybody. This is supposed to be Mental Month, and I think if we just take that in consideration and have that more compassion, then we get further.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Gustavo Gonzalez, born and raised here in San Jose. And I just want to say, you guys, this is a real crisis. This isn't about facts and figures that you've heard today. This is about real people. This is about, it could be my mom, my dad, my brothers, my sisters, my grandparents. That's who they are out there in these creeks and these homeless encampments. They're somebody's mom, somebody's grandmother. They deserve to have interim housing that's safe, with toilets, water, the basic services at a minimum. We should be able to do this for all of these 5,000 plus homeless people. So let's do what's right. Let's take the city manager's budget, let's take that money, and let's take care of these people, because that's what they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member, and the City Manager. My name is Thon Van, and I'm a resident at District 9. A few months ago, I had a chance to speak to you about homelessness in our city, and I asked you to support the mayor's budget message, which would help us to get people indoor faster. And I'm here today to ask you to continue helping these unsheltered people, because there are still a lot of them living on the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also calling down Gerardo Gallardo, Sofia Rocha, Elizabeth Cisneros, and Isaac Campos. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephanie Ligsay, a resident of District 6. The biggest priority in passing the city's budget needs to be cleaning up our creek beds and creating alternate options for the over 1,000 unhoused San Joseans occupying our creek beds. We need a rational plan to rehome them and to mitigate this. Congregate shelters and RV and sanctioned encampments are the best way to clean our creeks and avoid being penalized monies that will be catastrophic to our very city. These are graceful alternatives for our unhoused, and they can stay clean, fed, and receive services they need. Our own military live in barracks similar to congregate shelters. If they are acceptable for our U.S. military, they should be acceptable here in this instance. I implore you to support the city manager's budget, which cleans and protects our natural resources and gives our unhoused population grace and dignity. They deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisbeth Cisneros. I am from Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in District 7. I am here in supporting the priorities shared from the Real Coalition. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing. Today I am speaking on behalf of my community, friends, family, myself, and those struggling to keep a roof over their head. Specifically, providing more affordable housing and it is a top priority for Black and Latino residents who suffer the most under the weight of our housing crisis. With few other sources of affordable housing dollars available, the city will be unable to invest in any new affordable housing developments moving forward. In the face of a severe housing crisis, it is unfair to think that the 10th largest city in the country would be so drastically investing in affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Edward Gallardo. I live at 387 North 15th Street. I've probably lived there longer than anybody in that area, Northside community. Paquesto, if you're familiar with that. I've seen everything from the Cholos back in the day, 40 years ago, all the way I grew up. I would commute to Mitty, all the way in Cupertino. So I got to know every single community from all the way from Northside, all the way to Cupertino. I was able to see all the different children growing up, going over there. I was an altar boy at Holy Cross Church for about 17 years. I led a youth group for Teenagers Encounter Christ, so I helped a lot of people that were troubled get out of their homes when their parents were fighting, so forth. Recently, my mom passed away. She had amputated leg. She also had diabetes. She went through dialysis, and she got to die in her home. We are one of the few people that actually own the home there. We're not making payments. Recently, my dad, who also has diabetes, had Alzheimer's. He got out of the car and said, "Help, help."
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Edgar Munoz, Anna Murillo, Acela Reyes, and Chris Knoller.
Good afternoon. My name is Edgar from Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in District 2. I am a San Jose State alumni and a new resident of this city. As such, the city has given me the opportunity to achieve my academic, career, and life endeavors. Over my time at Sacred Heart Community Service, I have seen a significant and concerning spike in housing insecurity. I'm mind-baffled to see how this city boasts of being the heart of Silicon Valley, with its cutting-edge advances and such. But this comes with a cost, an ever-growing wage gap. Working with the community members that are experiencing housing insecurity often express their desire for affordable homes where they can raise their children and live in harmony. Shelters are not the solution.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call down Alejandra Cruz, Monica Delphin, and Maisha Taylor. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Isela Reyes with Sacred Heart Community Service. I'm a member of the nonprofit Race Equity Action Leadership Coalition and a former resident of District 7. For the second year in a row, the mayor's budget message demands we sacrifice real solutions to our housing crisis in favor of old ideas that we stopped doing for a reason. Of sweeps, tents, congregate shelters that don't end homelessness and offer minimal relief. Providing more affordable housing is a top priority for Black and Latina residents who suffer the most under the weight of our housing crisis. My family is one of those families, My family is one of those that when crisis happened, I was robbed of community, home, culture, and because of the limited affordable housing, we had to relocate and no longer live in San Jose. Please do not do the same to other San Jose families and residents. So for the second year in a row, I'm here to demand that you protect San Jose from displacement by preserving Measure E funds for affordable housing only.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Alejandra from Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in District 6. I am here in support of the priorities shared from the Real Coalition. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent, affordable housing and invest in the Trust program. We need permanent revenue to address our local housing crisis and provide dignified services to ensure people can move from a camp to a shelter to a permanent home. Without a new revenue, the plan being pushed by the mayor and the city manager dooms the city to a forever deficit that will cripple affordable housing. Working in homelessness prevention, I see every day the effects of the lack of affordable housing. Two-income households, single parents, elderly, disabled community members, and all need affordable housing to live a healthy and dignified life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Monica Delfin. I work at Sacred Heart Community Service, and I am currently a resident of District 2. I am here to support and save Measure E, funds for permanent affordable housing, and to invest in the trust program. With very few other sources of affordable housing dollars available, the city will be unable to invest in any new affordable housing development moving forward. We are in a severe housing crisis. It is unacceptable to think that the 10th largest city in the country be so drastically disinvesting in affordable housing. I'm here to ask you to save Measure E, to help people stay in their housing and help homeless people get into permanent affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call down Cassandra Magana, Xochitl Guevara, Diana Clayton, and Pancho Guevara. Go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I come on behalf of Sacred Heart Community Services. I serve as a program manager assisting many families every day with the housing crisis. Affordable housing is not just a matter of economic stability, it's a part of economic justice. It's about ensuring the well-being of our future prospects of our children and not ignoring the studies consistently that show us that stable housing is a fundamental to children's success in our schools. And I know our Board of Supervisors care about our children and families, their physical, mental, and their overall sense of security. Yet despite its crucial importance, affordable housing remains exclusive for far too many single-parent households. Limited availability coupled with stagnant wages and raising living expenses exacerbates the housing crisis facing single parents across our nation. But here's one thing, affordable housing is not an impossible challenge.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor Mahan and City Council members. My name is Cassandra Magana. I'm here with West Valley Community Services in partnership with the Real Coalition. I urge you today to prioritize the voices of those directly impacted by homelessness. While some in the community may demand quick fixes to removable visible signs of homelessness in the streets, we must not prioritize these voices over the needs and aspirations of those experiencing homelessness. Their voices matter most in this conversation. They understand what's needed to escape this crisis. It's not just about temporary solutions, but about permanent affordable housing that restores dignity and enables stable, healthy lives. Redirecting funds from affordable housing would be a mistake, a surrender of our commitment to our unhoused neighbors. The average affordable housing unit costs the city $150,000 one time with no ongoing costs. In contrast, interim shelter costs the city millions annually. Measure E is our guaranteed source to begin building affordable housing. Let's ensure Measure E funds remain dedicated to building permanent affordable housing and supporting our unhoused community.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name's Chris Noller. I live in District 10 and I work at Sacred Heart Community Service. I'm a strong believer in keeping Measure E and trust. This budget proposes theft of affordable housing dollars and is a broken promise to the voters and residents of San Jose. With very few other sources of affordable housing dollars available, the city will be unable to invest in any new affordable housing developments moving forward. I believe we must keep Measure E, and then we can have a party at Amato's. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Diana Clayton from Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in District 6. I'm here supporting the priorities shared by the Real Coalition. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent, affordable housing and invest in the trust program. Taking $36 million away from affordable housing creates a problem. Housing solves the problem forever, sweeps move the problem around. I personally am a single mom who spends more than half of my monthly income on rent. I talk to my kids' teachers. I talk to my friends, my clients at work. People are putting up with unsafe and inhumane living conditions to keep a roof over their head all over the city. All of us are constantly worried about displacement. We've already approved Measure E to build affordable housing. We can't afford to spend that money on anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Poncho Guevara, and I'm from Sacred Heart Community Service, and I live in District 6. I'm here today to say, one, happy birthday, Kira, and two, to express my support for the priorities shared from the Real Coalition, especially the commitment to Measure E funds for housing and support and investment in the Trust program. Sacred Heart was deeply involved in the fight for Measure E and messaging to tens of thousands of our members that they should support affordable housing in our community by voting for the measure. The reallocation of these dollars to temporary solutions represents a breach of trust to those of us who campaigned and those of us who voted for the measure. The homelessness crisis is a moral one that requires real political leadership to secure resources and shared sacrifice above and beyond what we were able to do before, and certainly not removing the resources that we allocated today. We should not be pitting the needs of low-income residents against those of the unhoused. The city puts an average of $150K into projects that leverages millions more in resources for our community. We pledge to work with you closely to allocate more resources in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Michael Vega, Cindy Bautista, Anthony Mejano, and Paulina Soto.
Hello, my name is Xochitl Guevara, and I am a member and representative of the Sacred Heart Youth Action Committee. And today I am here to talk about preserving Measure E because it's something that is very important, not just from the structure of preserving our funds and ensuring that we have actual low-income housing that doesn't just provide temporary solutions, but also ensuring as simply a system of morality from the city, from that perspective of understanding that unhoused people are people. They do not deserve to be simply put into interim shelters, and essentially, they deserve housing just as anyone else, just as all of you, just as all of us. They deserve true, permanent solutions to housing. So, yeah, thank you.
Sorry about that timer. Next speaker.
My name is Paulina Soto from Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in District 6. I'm here to support the priorities shared by the Real Coalition. I want to save Measure E funds for the permanent affordable housing and invest in the Trust program. The average affordable housing unit costs the city $150,000 one time with no ongoing cost. Interim shelter will cost the city tens of millions of dollars every year, and it's only to get more expensive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cindy Bautista, and I'm here on behalf of Blanca. Hello, my name is Blanca. I couldn't come here, but my heart is full of anguish and despair. I'm a leader of Paso Sacred Heart Community Service, and I live in District 6, and I'm a single mother of 2 children with disabilities. My children depend entirely on me for everything. They are my reason for being, my light of the darkness, yet every day is a battle to ensure that they have what they need to live. The system is failing us. Social Security has turned it back on us, eliminating children's benefit simply because I borrow money to keep a roof over our heads. How can I, as a mother, face the prospect of not able to provide with a safe and stable home? How can I explain to them that they may lose everything they know simply because we cannot afford rent every month? I plead with you to take action, not only for me, for my children, but all for the vulnerable families in the community who are suffering in silence. We need real solutions. We need permanent housing. We need stable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony. I'm a case manager at Sacred Heart. I live in District 7. I've been here my entire life. So has my mom. My grandpa was here in the 60s, built his house, started his roots here. Roots that go through my mom, that go through me. And I've wanted nothing more to ensure that one day my kids could love the city I love so much. I now realize that dream will never come true. I can't keep up with $3,000 rent. Neither can so many of us. Measure E would help us low-income individuals and families continue to be able to live in the only city that we know. Taking $36 million away from affordable housing to spend millions on sweeps and shelters is a bad solution for a deep wound. Unhoused people deserve housing. Protect Measure E, protect our homes.
Thank you. Next speaker. Before you start, I'm going to call a few more names. I have Haley Wynn, Aaron Stanton, Amelia Castellanos, and Liliana Mario.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael, and I'm part of the Sacred Heart Community Service, and I live in District 10.
I'm here to express the importance of saving Measure E funds and continue to invest in permanent housing, affordable housing, and the trust program. I have worked with thousands of youth and their parents from different walks of life. However, almost all have expressed the same need, whether it was in schools or in the greater San Jose community, the need for more healthcare providers when dealing with law enforcement. I am reminded of a time when a gentleman was having a mental health crisis and needed help with assisting him because he was on private property in need of care. He wasn't causing any physical harm or threatening anyone, even though it took over 40 minutes for the police to arrive and it was clear they were not trained to prepared to handle the situation. Instead of even trying to have a conversation with the person, which he was having with non-trained people, the solution was for the police to pull out what looked like to be beanbagged guns and a net to corner him towards the exit and threatening to arrest him rather than giving him the help he was needed. This should not be happening when there is an option like the trust program. Therefore, Measure E funds need to continue to be invested in the trust program and affordable housing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Amelia Castellanos from Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in District 10, and I get the opportunity to interact with over 700 families a day. Today, I'm here to talk about an issue that is bigger than individual, but capable as a community and reliant on the funding of your decision. As I mentioned previously, I meet over 700 families each day, 5 days a week. This is a total of 11 city council chambers, each seat with the head of household. Among these families, I encounter individuals with various needs, including mental health support. At one point in my job, I found myself assisting a community member in a mental health crisis. When the fire department arrived, like everyone else in the situation, they were frustrated with their inability to provide the necessary support. Instead, they paged their dispatch in frustration as we watched the member continue to scream in agony. By excluding the budget from trust, you are denying people of their human dignity and well-being. By providing individuals in crisis the support they need to navigate their challenges and access appropriate care, we as a community alleviate the burden on our already outstretched law enforcement agencies, allowing them to focus on their core responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Liliana Murillo from Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in District 7. I am here today supporting the priorities shared by the Real Coalition. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing. I am speaking today on behalf of myself, my family, those that struggle monthly to keep up with their rent payments, and those that are living on the streets due to the lack of affordable housing in our city and county. Are you really going to take $36 million away from affordable housing so you can spend $25 million on sweeps and mass shelters? Affordable housing solves the problem forever. Sweeps move the problem around. Unhoused people are people who deserve a home, not political pawns. Housing is a human right, not a luxury. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Stanton, and I'm with Sacred Heart Community Service. I'm here to support the priorities shared by the Real Coalition to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing and invest in the trust program. Taking funding away from affordable housing development is short-sighted. Lack of affordable housing is one of the primary causes of homelessness. Therefore, stripping away our community's investment in affordable housing will only make things worse. Temporary safety net services such as shelter can play an important role, but they are not successful without access to permanent affordable housing to move into. This budget proposes theft of affordable housing funds, and it is a broken promise to the voters and residents of San Jose who supported Measure E. I urge you to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing and invest in the trust program. Thank you.
I'd like to call on Alejandro Gonzalez, Lupita Inda, Chris Sturkin, Elizabeth, and Fernando R.
Hello everyone, my name is Fernando Rivera. I'm representing Sacred Heart Community Service as well as SEIU 521. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing. I grew up in San Jose and currently living outside of the county. That was just because it's really expensive to buy a house here, so we had to buy one outside of the county, unfortunately. I do commute every day to work, which does get to me. I do want to eventually move back, but unfortunately it is very unaffordable to live here if you're not making six figures. My family and I had purchased the home outside of this county due to how high priced regular houses are and how expensive it is to rent here. It doesn't make sense to have a rent as high as a mortgage payment. I want to make sure that people don't have to face the same struggle I did when having to purchase rent in San Jose. Keep San Jose affordable.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Lupita Inda. I work for Sacred Heart Community Service, and I'm here supporting to save Measure E for permanent affordable housing and invest in the trust program. Unhoused people are people who deserve a home, not political pawns. So I ask you, are you really considering to take $36 million away from affordable housing so you can spend $25 million on sweeps and mass shelters? Housing solves the problem for present and future. Sweeps just move the problem around. Again, unhoused people deserve a home, not political pounds. Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Chris Turkin with Sacred Heart Community Service. I'm also a member of the Redwood City Council, your neighbor to the north, and I'm speaking as an individual today. I ask you to please preserve affordable housing funding and invest in the trust program. We need permanent revenue to address our shared housing crisis and provide mental health support to ensure people can move from an encampment to a shelter to a permanent home. In Redwood City, we have been a housing leader, having been the first city in San Mateo County to receive a certified housing element. We also have a successful community wellness and crisis response team pilot going on. You can do it too. Personally, too many of my friends and family have had to move away because they could not afford to rent or to buy here. By preserving Measure E and thank
Before you start, let me call down Aaron Campos, Vivian Lee, Angie Guatemala, and Jenny Vo.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Matthews, and I am here in support of Sacred Heart Community Service and the Real Coalition and the preservation of Measure E funds. What I hear today is a lot of passionate people caring about their unhoused community. And I won't bore you and regale you with facts about how unaffordable and expensive it has gotten to live here. You know those. But what I will say, as somebody who has struggled with their own housing insecurity, interim solutions were not enough and not the answer. We need affordable solutions for permanent housing. This is the answer and the promise that was made to us as voters. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Erin Campos. I'm from Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in District 9. I'm here supporting priority share by the Real Coalition. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing. If not now, when? When Measure E was endorsed, it sparked a flame of hope and promising a long-awaited avenue to construct more affordable housing. Yet, as swiftly as it gained approval, it finds itself in danger year after year. Rather than prioritizing a lasting remedy for affordable housing, funds are diverted for short-term fixes. When will we have a sustainable solution that truly serves our community needs? If not now, then when?
Hello. Great to get to your attention. My name is Angie Guatemala. I work at Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in District 6. And I want you to save Measure E funds and invest in the trust program. I have the amazing honor and privilege of working with all these amazing people from Sacred Heart. They're the experts. They're telling you right now that taking funds from Measure E will not work. It's not permanent. It's not a permanent solution. And they work with the people that you're talking about right now. All of the unhoused folks, they work with them every day. And they're telling you that this is not going to work. The unhoused that are criminalized by a failure of this system, these people answer to them, and they're telling you that we need permanent affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Before you start, let me call them Bridget McKay, Maria Gallardo, Aaliyah Hayari, and Eugene Torres. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivian Lay from Sacred Heart Community Service. I'm here today to support the priorities shared by the Real Coalition. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing and to invest in the trust program. As you've heard many times today, with very few sources of affordable housing dollars available, the city will be unable to invest in any new affordable housing developments moving forward. We know that the destabilizing impact of rent burden, overcrowding, displacement, and the increase in homelessness is as a result of the lack of homes in our community that people can afford here. As a city, we made important commitments to building affordable housing. Taking money from Measure E for Band-Aid solutions is abandoning these commitments. So please don't mess with Measure E funds, and let's keep our promise to build a foundation for future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Bridget McKay. I'm here to ask you to support the Mayor's priorities and use Measure E funds to provide rapid housing to the homeless living in encampments. As a multifamily housing provider, I'm dealing with an active encampment on a Union Pacific Railroad property near my apartments where families with children live in District 6. In the past week, 2 fires were set. Garbage thrown into the street near a storm drain, which goes into the Guadalupe River. 2 Rottweiler dogs are chained to abandoned cars. These dogs have no water, no shade. The conditions are dangerous for all. This is an active rail line where an accidental derailment would cause fatalities. Please use Measure E funds to help our homeless residents now. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaliyah Hayari from Sacred Heart Community Service. I am a homelessness prevention case manager and an SEIU 521 member. I am here in support of the priorities shared from the Real Coalition, specifically saving Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing. With very few other sources of funding for affordable housing, the city will be unable to invest in new affordable housing developments moving forward without the Measure E funds. In the face of a severe housing crisis, the 10th largest city in the country should not be disinvesting in affordable housing. In my role as a case manager, I work daily with households who are in crisis because of the lack of accessible, affordable housing. These households have nowhere to go when their rent increases to be more than their income, or other unforeseen hardships make their homes unsustainable. The families and members of our communities need investment in long-term solutions to resolve the root causes of housing instability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Gallardo from Sacred Heart Community Service, and I live in District 6. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing and invest in the trust program. Measure E is the only guarantee source we have to jumpstart building affordable housing. We can't count on other alternatives sources providing enough funding to start building. We can't rely on being saved by the regional measures in the fall. It's responsible to make a budget that assumes funding that isn't certain. This crisis affects us all in different ways, but most importantly, our underserved community by straining social services and resources, including shelter, healthcare, and law enforcement. It can lead to increased crime rates and public health concerns. Moreover, it affects economic productivity as individuals experiencing homelessness struggle to find or maintain employment. Homelessness also diminishes the overall.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. I'd also like to call on Jayla Robinson, Lucia Garcia, Darren Seaton, and Tao Shaw. Go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon to those who are seated here and actually paying attention. Appreciate you being here.
My name is Eugene, and my hope is that today we are listened to and heard. I'm here with Sacred Heart, along with the Real Coalition, along with the community you are all fortunate to serve. The community is currently being heavily gentrified. There are many that are struggling to or are not keeping up with the Joneses any longer. In fact, many have moved or are thinking of moving out at this very second due to the unfair costs and increase in cost of living. The average person in our area is stressed, living in uncertainty each time the cost of living raises. Not everyone in this area fits into the technology success plan or cookie cut mold of going into college debt to then aim to make 6 to 7 figures. People just want to live happily with their families. Delaying the building of affordable housing projects will continue to force out the working class and will add more pressure and angst to the community that already exists. The American dream has become somewhat of a nightmare for so many, but I believe the leaders of this wonderful city can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Lucia Garcia from Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in District 10, and today I'm here to support the priorities shared by Real Coalition. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing and invest in the trust program. Instead of focusing on sustainable long-term solutions, you have expressed determination to divert $36 million from affordable housing initiatives, so to allocate $25 million to sweeping measures and mass shelter constructions. People in positions of power have been making poor decisions for most of us. Therefore, we're closer to becoming unhoused than to attain a dignified lifestyle, regardless of how hard we work. Affordable housing is top priority for Black and Latinx residents. Anyone who is here and owns a home can possibly understand the chronic anxiety one experiences for not having access to permanent affordable housing. We have given you the power to make wise, creative, and sustainable.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Roberto Gil, Fatima Flores, and Delina Hughes.
Good afternoon. My name is Darren. I live in District 6. And I'm asking you today to preserve Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing. I want to talk to you about my friend Ian. Ian's 12 years old. He's autistic. He's almost as tall as me, and he's also Black. In my many years at Sacred Heart, I've witnessed dozens of interactions between law enforcement and folks who are neurodivergent or in mental health crisis. And it often does not end well for anybody involved. The officers are the folks that they're called about. This is not an indictment of the police. Most are not trained for this kind of interaction. But mental health professionals like those in trust are. As a police officer is not going to understand sometimes why a big Black autistic kid is not compliant to what they're asking of him. And as he becomes an adult,
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi there. My name is Jayla from Sacred Heart. You can tell because of the shirt. And I live in District 3. I'm here supporting the priorities shared by the Real Coalition, and I want to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing. It is horrible that we are asked to choose between immediate shelter and permanent solutions. The answer should obviously be both. But we have very few other sources of affordable housing dollars available, and the cause of homelessness is not the lack of interim shelter. The cause of homelessness is the lack of affordable housing. As somebody who works in homelessness prevention, the most critical thing we need to keep more people from becoming homeless is more affordable housing. So just to be clear, these immediate measures will only get people off the streets for a few months. Then they will be back on the streets. This doesn't solve the urgent crisis. This crisis will continue until we give people permanent places to live. Keep Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Thao Shaw from Sacred Heart Community Service and members of SEIU 521. I live in District 5. I'm here in supporting the prioritized share from the Real Coalition. As a homeless prevention specialist working at Coast House for eviction cases, I am strongly want to save the Measure E fund for permanent affordable housing and invest in the trust program. This is important because providing more affordable housing should be the top priority for preventing the homeless in the community. I am strongly asked that please save Measure E fund for permanent affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Tori Truchet, Lydia Bustamante, Veronica Amador, and Lorena Sanchez Castaneda. Go ahead.
Hi, Michael Gordon, a resident in District 10. Thank you for hearing me. We need to support the city manager's proposed budget. You guys have an incredibly difficult job. There's no way for everybody to get what they want. And the homelessness issue is an absolute crisis we need to deal with. And with the federal mandate with regard to pollutants in the water that is going to be upon us July of next year, that's over $60,000 per pollutant fine that we could be facing if we don't provide immediate short-term shelter for the homeless right away. I would love for everybody to get everything that they want. We are very much in support of affordable housing, and with the difficult decisions you have, supporting the city manager's budget is going to get a long way in a very short time, and I know that there's more work to be done, and I really appreciate everything you guys are doing to make these difficult decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Delina Hughes, and I'm from Sacred Heart Community Service. I'm here supporting the priorities of the Real Coalition. I am here to insist that, again, we save Measure E. We need permanent, affordable housing. I'm a little less kind, and I'm going to ask you, have you no integrity? Are you really going to move around $36 million and spend it on mass shelters? Housing solves the forever problem. Sweeps solve the problem only temporarily. There is a distinct lack of affordable housing in the city, resulting in increased numbers of homelessness and hunger in our community daily. We see it every day at Sacred Heart. 700 people a day come through our doors. I ask you, give our community dignity and respect them by keeping Measure E.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Roberto Gil. I'm a resident of District 9. I am a member of the Real Coalition, and I'm here with Sacred Heart as well. And I'm urging you to not move or take away funds or reallocate funds from Measure E. We have to invest in people being able to live here. Affordable housing is key. Stop criminalizing our homeless community. They don't need it anymore. They're already suffering. We see it every day. Also, invest in trust. I work at Sacred Heart Community Service as well. And last year, we had a young man come in and ask for mental health support. He had an emergency. We called 911. We called 311 at that point. 311 or 811 wasn't active yet.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Fatima Flores from Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in District 3. I am here in support of the priorities shared for the Real Coalition. We're here because we want to save Measure E, funds for permanent housing, and invest in the trust program. I used to work as a teacher in the East Side last year, and as a teacher, it was heartbreaking to see that I had about 10 students that were dealing with homelessness. So when you are thinking about what we're gonna do with people that are homeless, remember there's children out there too. Those are the future for tomorrow. So remember that the solution is not shelters, because that's just adding a bandage to the issue. Affordable housing is the solution. Also remember that our people that are dealing with mental crisis only want help. they don't want to be shot by a cop or anything like that when they're asking for help. It's just they want someone to help them. So we need to train our police.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tori Truscheid. I'm with Sacred Heart Community Service as well. And I'm here to support protecting Measure E and also to ask this council to follow through on their commitment to an alternative to police response. I just want to say, like, we've done this so many times before. We've had this conversation about housing so many times before. We know what works and what doesn't. And interim housing is not going to fix this problem. We know that. It's a cynical move to try to kick the can down the road rather than investing in permanent affordable housing, which is what we know we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hey. Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Lidia Bustamante from Sacred Heart Community Service. I work in D3 San Jose. Shout out over there. I'm here supporting the priorities shared by the Real Coalition. I want to save Measure E funds for affordable housing and invest in the trust program. We've worked together across the aisle before to save Measure E. I got into this work of community action because I was raised to believe in the power of the people. Please do not undermine the will of the people who voted for Measure E with promises that it would be used to build the housing that our families will need over the next 40 years. We've worked together across the aisle before, and we're counting on you to do the right thing here again. Because if you do end up taking this away from us, we will not go away. We will keep showing up, and we'll keep fighting again and again and again, because building more affordable housing in the city we love and protecting the will of the people matters that much to us.
Thank you. Next speaker. Before you go, I'd like to call down a few more. I have Amor Santiago, Edgar Daniel, Hua Ha, Kathy Young, and Aurelia Leyva. Go ahead. Thank you.
Buen día, alcalde, miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Lorena Sánchez Castañeda, and I'm with Sacred Heart Community Service. I am a resident of District 6. I am deeply concerned about the attempt by our public officials to violate the trust of San Jose voters by diverting Measure E funds for temporary shelter and abatement efforts. This disregards the priorities of our community and your constituents. I implore you to use your political will to protect a budget that protects and prioritizes permanent affordable housing and invest in the trust program. As a mental health professional, funding trust guarantees that people experiencing a mental health crisis have access to health care and public safety resources, not police intervention. Affordable housing and homelessness prevention are effective and are essential to our city's well-being, safety, stability, and economy. The solution to homelessness is housing, and until the city follows through on building enough permanent housing, anything else is a Band-Aid. Please protect Measure E. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Veronica. I'm a director of Sacred Heart Community Service. I'm also a leader in my District 5 community. I'm here to passionately support the priorities shared by the Real Coalition. It's imperative that we allocate Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing and invest in the trust program. I'm also here as a desperate voice for my son, Liam. Liam is 8 years old and neurodivergent. Today, I want to bring to your attention the heartbreaking story of Ryan Geiner, a 15-year-old
Hold on just a second. I'm going to pause your timer. We're trying to figure out why your mic went mute. Okay, go ahead.
neurodivergent California boy who was tragically shot and killed by police. This matters of life and death. Liam and other children in our community cannot wait any longer. Investing in trust team is not just a matter of safety, it is a matter of survival. We need programs that respond to mental health crises with compassion and expertise, not with violence. The police are not equipped to handle the situations, and the consequences have been devastating. Ryan Gardner's story is a tragic reminder of what can happen when we fail to provide the right resources and support. His death was preventable, and we must take action now to prevent the further tragedies in San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Amor Santiago, and I'm on the team at Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in Evergreen, District 8. I'm a 40-year resident of District 8, and I love my neighborhood. It's been a district that is relatively safe, with good schools and an engaged community. I recently went on a hike along Thompson Creek, and was surprised at the number of tents along the trail. I didn't feel unsafe, but it was incredibly saddening that these folks had to call their tents their home in this, one of the wealthiest regions of the country. I voted for Measure E, knowing that investment would prioritize affordable and permanent supportive housing. The proposed budget takes away from the solution. Please keep the commitment that the community supported and keep funds as originally envisioned for building affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Arely Leiva from Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in District 6. I'm here in support the priority share from the Real Coalition. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing and for the trust program. I work at the Family Assistance Program where I get to talk on a daily basis with community members seeking rental and deposit assistance. Many of our community members are living paycheck to paycheck and struggling to make ends meet due to the housing crisis we're facing. That is why it's very important for Measure E funds to go towards affordable housing so our community members can continue to stay in the city of San Jose. For many, the city of San Jose have been our homes for many years. This issue is very personal to me as I get to see it day to day on my daily work. It has impacted personally. Please, we need a permanent solution and not just a temporary solution. Please, we need more affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Edgar Daniel, and I'm here with Sacred Heart Community Service, supporting the priorities that have already been shared by many of my colleagues and my San Jose neighbors. I'm echoing their concerns about this year's budget proposal, which directly ignores the will of your constituents. As a constituent of District 6, I am also here to drop a line or two about trust. As it's been said, in the face of severe housing crisis, it's unconscionable to think that this city is drastically disinvesting in affordable housing. Affordable housing is essential to the well-being of our communities. It greatly improves health outcomes, educational attainment, employment stability, and helps reduce family community violence. So in that vein, I also want to urge San Jose to join other cities and recognize trust as a public safety imperative, and I'm asking that we fund another trust team. This will guarantee people get health care instead of the police, so that they can focus doing what they need to be doing, and that's keeping San Jose residents safe.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Hua from Sacred Heart Community Service, a current resident of District 7. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing. The average affordable housing unit costs the city $150,000 one time with no ongoing costs. Interim shelter costs the city tens of millions of dollars every year, and it's only getting more expensive. Investing in permanent housing is not only a more economical solution, but a more sustainable one. By providing stable long-term housing, we address the root causes of homelessness and create lasting change. Therefore, I urge you to prioritize the allocation of Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Kathy Young from Sacred Heart Community Service. My own family has been touched by mental illness, and in the event of an emergency, I would want the situation to be handled by mental health professionals instead of well-meaning police. The trust program offers a safe path to help for all of us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker. Before you start, let me call Brad Feller, Gabriela Moro, Luis Campos, and Celeste Munoz. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Alejandro Gonzalez from Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in District 5. I am here supporting the priorities shared from the Real Coalition. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing and invest in the trust program. I believe this budget proposes theft of affordable housing dollars and is a broken promise to the voters and residents of San Jose. Measure E is the only guaranteed source we have to jumpstart building affordable housing. We can't count on other alternative sources providing enough funding to start building. We can't rely on being saved by the required measure in the fall. It's irresponsible to make a budget that assumes funding that isn't certain. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Brad Feller from Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in District 9. I'm here supporting the priorities of the Real Coalition. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing and investments in the trust program. As you know, people in mental health crisis in San Jose are the people most likely to be shot by police. We need funding for alternative approaches. My mother suffers from mental illness, and I fear every day that she may mess up her medication, have an event, and be shot because the city did not want to invest in those professionals that are trained to confront and de-escalate those situations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Celeste Munoz. I'm here on behalf of Sacred Heart Community Service, and I'm here to support to save Measure E funds for permanent and affordable housing. Measure E funds must stay true to the promises made to the voters. After working with countless residents going through housing instability, there's one thing that can resolve this, and I can assure you it's not encampment sweeping. It's more affordable housing. Affordable housing is essential to the well-being of our communities and greatly improves health outcomes, educational attainment, and employment stability, and helps reduce family and community violence. I know we can agree that these are all priorities that the city of San Jose wants to be a part of. They need affordable housing, and they need it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Before you begin, I'd like to call Damone Carter, Marissa Kiyomi Honda Yamamoto, Emily Kihuis, and Sergio Contreras. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriela Muro from Sacred Heart Community Service. I am here supporting the priorities shared from the Real Coalition. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing and invest in the trust program. I started off my first 3 years of life as a resident of San Jose, but ultimately relocated out of the county due to the housing market. Currently, I am an SGSU graduate and commute 30 miles 5 days a week to work. Every day, I am a witness to the housing crisis in San Jose. This budget proposes theft of affordable housing dollars and is a broken promise to the voters and residents of San Jose. Unhoused people are people who deserve a home, not political tools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Damone Carter, and I'm a lifelong resident of San Jose, a resident of District 3 and a father of 3, and I'm here representing Sacred Heart Community Service. I'm here supporting the priorities shared from the Real Coalition. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing and invest in the trust program. We are not only facing a budget deficit, we are facing a deficit of values. Do we want to stem the tide of human suffering or just move it out of view? Strategies of so-called homeless mitigation, including sweeps and shelters, only move the problem around. Permanent, affordable housing is the solution. Moreover, I think most people seated here understand this. The city's manager's plan is a cynical and short-sighted plan, and we are here once again to fight for Measure E, and we will be here next year and the year after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Kiyomi Honda Yamamoto. I'm a fourth-generation San Josean and a homeowner in District 10. I'm also a board member at Guadalupe River Park Conservancy, but I'm here for myself today. I've spoken several times before this council to preserve the voter intent of Measure E, including as the policy attorney at the Law Foundation, the housing director at the Community Foundation, and now as the family assistance director at Sacred Heart. And the message remains the same. Permanent affordable housing is the true homelessness prevention tool. In contrast, maintaining interim shelters costs tens of millions of dollars per year, is unable to solve for homelessness, and often accompanied by government-funded sweeps that are inhumane, ineffective, and expensive. Our neighbors are not looking for a temporary place, they are looking for a home of their own. Have the courage to protect Measure E for permanent affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call a few more names before you go. I don't have anybody in the front row. So I have Marita Zavaleta, Gerardo Sandoval, Letitia Alvarez, Terry Teresi, and Jeff Levine. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Emily Kiwis. I am a Sacred Heart Community Service employee, a member of SEIU 521, and a resident of District 7. I'm here to support Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing. There aren't other sources that can continue to provide for this if we reallocate the funds. And the city will not be able to invest into new housing developments moving forward. As the 10th largest city in the country, we should be setting an example during this housing crisis. The average affordable housing unit costs $150,000 once, while interim shelters cost the city tens of thousands of dollars each year and get more expensive. I have previous experience working with unhoused people and currently work in homelessness prevention with households that are referred by OSH. These are our most vulnerable families with small children whose income is usually less than their rent. And if the solutions or alternatives are temporary shelters or interim sheds, then I think the only option is to support E.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Marita Zabaleta from Sacred Heart Community Service, and I live in District 9. I am here supporting the priority shared for the Real Coalition. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing and invest in the trust program. As you've heard today, spending $25 million on sweeps and shelters is not the solution. Housing solves the problem. Sweeps move the problem around. Unhoused people are people who deserve a home. Everyone deserves a home. Having worked in the community for almost 16 years, I know firsthand how extraordinarily difficult it is for folks to transition from a shelter into permanent housing. Young individuals, families, and especially seniors and folks with disabilities find it almost impossible and extremely distressful to attain and maintain permanent housing because of the high cost of rent. Housing is a basic human right.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Levine, and I don't have a prepared speech that was handed to me. It's just me speaking as a resident of Roosevelt Park neighborhood and my concern for the how easy this is for all of you to solve. It's impossible. It's an impossible situation, and I fully support doing whatever interim measures are necessary to get people off the street into humane housing. We would all love to have permanent housing built overnight. It can't happen. I think this is an excellent interim solution and a humane solution. The other thing that I want to speak on real quickly is CERT. I'm wearing a CERT shirt, and that has to do with emergency preparedness, and I know the budget is tight, but please don't cut the budget where you need it the most for emergency preparedness, OEM.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Terry Teresi, and I am an employee of Sacred Heart Community Service, and I'm here to talk about Measure E. We serve hundreds and hundreds of families a day coming in for basic needs, food and clothing and other necessities, but we believe one of those basic needs is housing. And so we see hundreds of families every day also coming in looking for shelter. But when they say shelter, they're not looking for a gymnasium with a bunch of mattresses on the ground. They would like a home. They want a real home. And so the people that are coined homeless are often blamed for their situation. And for any of you who will be here for a long enough period of time, you know how expensive it is to rent or own a home here. So we're asking that you keep the money that was promised to spend. Oh, I'm losing my time. Sorry.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Gerardo Sandoval. I'm from Sacred Heart Community Service. I live in District 10. I am here in supporting the priorities of the Shared Real Coalition. I want to save Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing and invest in the trust program. We need new permanent revenue to address our local housing crisis, provide dignified services to ensure people can move from camp to a shelter to a permanent home. Remember those two words, permanent home. Without new revenue, the plan being pushed by the mayor and the city manager dooms the city to a forever deficit that will cripple affordable housing efforts and services that all residents rely on, parks, libraries, etc. Interim shelters cost the city tens of millions of dollars every year, and it's only going to be more expensive as the years go by. Housing solves the problem forever. Shelter will only move your problem around.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down George Simkwicks. Sorry. Manuel Sarazak, Mary Helen Doherty, and Jonah Beligian. Sorry for butchering your names. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leticia Alvarez from Sacred Heart Community Service, and I live in District 2 for over like 10 years, something like that. I am here in supporting the priorities shared from the Real Coalition. I strongly believe that saving Measure E funds for permanent affordable housing is crucial. I am also here in support for investing for trust programs. It's very needed. We have thousands of families in waiting list to have access to affordable home programs. And it looks like that the plan here is to take away 36 million from Measure E. By doing this is invalidating the community's desires to vote for this money to address this program of housing that we are all affected by. I urge the council to.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. George Shimkevich, District 6. On behalf of Monte Vista HOA and the South Bay Clean Creeks Coalition, I'd like to express our strong support for the budget. Due in part to the 440 cleanup efforts along the Guadalupe and Los Gatos Creek, we've seen the return of 750 spawning salmon and several beaver families. It's exciting to witness, and those cleanups are vital to the continued success. Every day, the HOA sees more homeless activity along the Los Gatos Creek, due in part to abatements both north and south of us. We are subjected to homelessness with mental problems that accost us with bats, approach our children naked. We don't feel safe. We spend almost $10,000 a month on security guards and repairs, increasing the already high cost of living to our residents. Please approve the budget, ending street homelessness, reducing crime, and helping us feel safe at home.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mary Helen Doherty, a resident of District 3, and here as a member of Sacred Heart's Housing Action Committee to request that you seriously consider the negative consequence of shifting critical funding for affordable housing into temporary alternatives. Measure E passed to address the lack of affordable housing. Diverting Measure E dollars away to short-term efforts will not solve the critical problem our community is facing. Temporary shelter only serves its purpose when people can exit into a permanent home. We cannot afford to spend millions on temporary shelters in lieu of long-term solutions. I assume as registered voters, you each voted for Measure E with the same belief I had as to what it would accomplish: affordable housing for the residents and our too many unhoused neighbors. Please continue to vote and support affordable housing production.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for your time today. My name is Jonna Bohegian, and I serve as a pastor at Gloria Dei Lutheran Church in District 5. We have quite a large food pantry and also a preschool on our campus, serving oftentimes the same kind of community, actually. We've had a continually growing homeless encampment just outside our church campus, and there have been continual concerns for our preschool families for safety as they come onto the campus. When sweeps come through, homeless individuals often end up moving from one street corner to the next street corner. One woman, Rita, told me that she had been looking for housing for 4 months now and was thankful to sleep outside, recognizing that she was probably not supposed to be there. Thank you for your support for affordable housing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. So recently a narrative has been spreading that affordable housing development is too expensive and it's too slow. However, this is blatantly false. Recent NOFAs in San Jose show that the total per unit cost for affordable housing falls between $800,000 to $900,000, which is significantly lower than the $1 million price tag that a lot of people have been spouting. Of this per unit cost, the city's share has only been around $150,000 and leverages outside dollars from state and federal sources at a 4-to-1 to 5-to-1 scale, mostly from tax money that we have already paid for and comes from the state and federal government. Additionally, the average cost per bedroom is even lower, sitting at approximately $100,000 in a one-time city funds that produces self-sustaining affordable homes for anywhere from 55 to 99 years. As for the timeline, recent streamlining is moving much faster, with projects projected significantly faster than what people have been touting, which is 10 years, which has never been correct. The major time barrier is money, and diverting funding away from Measure E and away from.
Thank you. I'd also like to call Hector Hernandez, Emily Ann Ramos. This one just says Somos with no name. Elizabeth Molina. And John Marienthal.
Hello. Hi, good evening. My name is Hector Hernandez. I'm a resident of District 5, as well as an organizer of Luna. I am here to express my concerns about this year's budget, proposing that once again to shift critical funding for affordable housing into temporary shelters. This budget directly ignores the will of the constituents who in the annual community survey expressed that providing more affordable housing is the top priority. We are looking to the city's council leadership to support an alternative, sustainable funding source for interim shelters and a realistic and humane approach to supporting our unhoused neighbors living across our creeks. I ask you to not divert Measure E funds and focus on building more permanent affordable housing that our community so desperately needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Hi, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and rest of the City Council. I'm going to try to speed run through this. We will not make meaningful progress in addressing homelessness without more affordable housing. The budget pumps over $30 million into sweeping encampments and towing vehicles people use as shelter rather than building the homes people need. Study after study shows that high housing costs are the root causes of homelessness and will never get ahead of it if we don't take steps to address the broader affordability issue. Shelters don't work without affordable housing. Only 25% of people who accessed shelter in 2023 were able to exit to permanent housing, and 3/4 of these did it with the help of a housing subsidy. So thank you so much for your time. Let's get some affordable housing up.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. I'm Elizabeth. I am with Planned Parenthood Marmonte, and I'm also a member of the nonprofit Race Equity Action Leadership, the Real Coalition. Shout out to everybody here. I think you've heard from the whole community already, so I'll try not to repeat any of those points that we've already heard, right? But it is just unconscionable to think that, right, that we would drastically disinvest so much into affordable housing. Affordable housing prevents houselessness, right? You've heard so many stories about people on the streets, right? But we also tend to remember that there are folks like us. We are literally just one life adverse experience away from houselessness, and it's so important that we are equally investing in the resources that prevent these issues, especially as we heard, Black and brown people are the ones who are most impacted, and that does not eliminate us. So equally, it is one of our top priorities, so please invest in affordable housing, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Okay, I'm also going to call down Shirley Stager, Gabrielle Manrique, Albert Dalrymple, Nikki Holman.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriel Manrique, community organizer with Luna, and also representing all the tenants we work with that couldn't afford to miss a day of work to be here. I am present today to ask that you keep the Measure E spending plan as it is and invest in long-term affordable housing. This funding shift undermines our commitment to expanding affordable housing and ignores the role of affordable and permanent supported housing and providing real homes for people moving out of interim shelters. When the voters voted to pass Measure E, they did so based on the spending plan they were given, which placed a very strong focus on the development of permanent affordable housing. We have a responsibility to uphold the will of the voters who place their trust in San Jose's government, not to go back on their promises. Council members, this is your opportunity to make it right and continue building permanent affordable housing for our most vulnerable communities at risk of being displaced from our great city of San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, City Council members and our mayor. Well, Measure E was passed in March 2020, and here we are 4 years later addressing it. I know there has been a lot that's been done by the council and by the mayor. He's trekked those creeks. I've seen him on the news, so I know he's aware of the seriousness and the issue. I find it interesting that the U.S. News and World Report, in ranking the 25 best places to live, puts San Jose in number 4 spot. The ranking published last week is based on a wide range of factors according to the report's methodology, including housing affordability, resident well-being, and the job market. Well, maybe that goes for those that takes over $300,000.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also calling down Susan Hayasi, Joe Lopez, Maria Inez Ortega, and Alyssa Serrano.
Hello, Mayor Mahan and City Council. My name is Albert Dalrymple. I'm a resident of San Jose since September of 1967. I'd like to address the RV parking, which is just, terrible, especially on Chenoweth Avenue between Snell and Edenvale Lean Avenue. Some of these vehicles here have been parked for years. I started sending emails to the mayor's office September of 2022. Some of these vehicles are still parked there, the exact same ones. It's also become a safety issue when neighbors come out of the neighborhood there directly behind the Hayes Mansion onto Chenoweth. You have to drive so far out that someone's going to get T-boned out there. Families walk their children from the neighborhood to Hayes Elementary School to and from parents, grandparents, and they have to walk past all this. We'd like to see metal signs, no RV parking, no overnight parking in that area.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Nikki Holman, and I want to thank Mayor Mahan and San Jose esteemed council members on giving citizens a chance to speak. I also want to thank Councilmember Ortiz specifically for working with District 5 to improve public safety. I am here today to talk about the budget. When I had the honor of doing voter outreach, many registered voters cited unaffordable housing and encampments as well as safety as their main concerns plaguing the city. The unaffordable housing is causing an extreme increase of encampments, many of whom need real help. We are seeing an increase in mental health issues, drug use, and encampments in our neighborhoods, making citizens feel unsafe. I implore the City Council and Mayor Mahan to please ensure that the budget will address the increase of these encampments and by addressing affordable housing, mental health services, and safety. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Before you go, I'd like to call down Esmeralda Varelis, Marin Blaze, or could be Blau, Joshua Jimenez, Hui, and Robert Aguirre. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Susan Hayase. I live in District 3. I represent San Jose Nikkei Resistors, a multi-generational community grassroots organization based in San Jose, Japantown. My organization objects to the defunding of Measure E funds. Permanent affordable housing is the real solution to the housing crisis, and the city of San Jose needs to stick with the program, which was wisely approved by local voters. Robbing funds from permanent affordable housing is short-sighted. Here we are in the heart of Silicon Valley, and innovative thinking is required to find funding for interim and temporary shelter programs that does not derail the hugely important work of addressing the root cause of homelessness, which is the lack of permanent affordable housing. Additionally, the San Jose budget should include funding for another trust team. Trust is a public safety resource, and the city has a responsibility to keep its residents safe. Funding trust guarantees people get health care.
Your time is up. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Serrano. I'm an associate project manager with Mid-Penn Housing, secretary of South Bay CLT, and San Jose resident living in District 6. Mid-Penn's pipeline project, VTA Capital Station, received a waitlisted award from the city's 2023 NOFA for affordable housing funds. This project will create a total of 203 affordable rental homes, including 51 permanent supportive housing units and 51 units for extremely low-income households. Critical new projects like this project depend on city funding programs, and many will be delayed or scrapped if Measure E revenue is diverted entirely to interim solutions. This will have an impact on the city's pipeline of affordable homes for years to come. We will not make meaningful progress in addressing homelessness without more affordable housing. Shelters don't work without affordable housing. Only 25% of people who accessed shelter in 2023 were able to exit to permanent housing, and 3/4 of these folks did it with help of.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, everyone. Mayor Meja, Rosemary Kameh. My name is Maria Ines Ortega. I'm the Cadillac Winchester Neighborhood Association. Please. A name for the Cadillac Winchester community, I support for the after-school programs for kids, boys and girls, the clubs. You need to keep more busy and safety. More safety for community, because there's a lot of gangs, a lot of violence in the schools and the community. I don't want to, lose the lives. Please, you can support more programs, and I need to, better salaries, because there's a high cost in the food, rents, gasoline, rent. You need to equal for everyone, because my Latinos community, I need to better, salaries. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, one and all. My name is Joe Lopez. I'm a resident of District 2. I'm also a landlord, and I own properties in District 9 and District 7. I voted for Measure E and voted for Measure A when they first came out because I saw that it fit the bill for addressing the issues of homelessness and for affordable housing. I stand here in support for the city manager's budget proposals because I believe that is the best route to go, and we need to take immediate action. I stand also before you as a individual that experienced homelessness as a young child, although it has been buried deep in my memory by success in my life and also in this country. So I would ask that you, given the fact that there is an urgent need to house the homeless, that you address this issue and that your predecessors also work on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Esmeralda from Destination Home. We understand the weight of the budget decision you faced this year, but we can't afford to divert such a significant amount of Measure E funds away from affordable housing development. Measure E represents only 3% of the general fund, and there were much smaller budget reductions in the other much larger parts of the city budget. We simply could not afford to neglect our region's severe housing affordability crisis, when we know that building more affordable housing is key to solving homelessness. Let's explore alternative budget strategies that will allow us to preserve desperately needed funds for affordable housing, and also take steps to explore new sustainable sources of revenue that will allow us to meet all of our community urgent needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Hui Tran. I'm a resident of District 3, and I'm the Executive Director for Siren. I'm also a sitting member of the Housing Commission, but I speak to you in a different capacity. A budget is a moral document, and what the city is considering today makes very clear what it stands for. First, this city is waving the white flag of surrender in the face of the affordable housing crisis by gutting the funding available for affordable housing for temporary solutions. Reject this. Second, the city wants to hide our unhoused population for a short period of time by putting all of this money into interim shelters with no option for them afterward. Fund construction. Third, this city is showing that a promise means nothing. Measure E was adopted under the promise of building affordable housing, and this council adopted a budget allocation to reflect that. Keep your word. This is the second time we are.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. Before you go, I'd like to call Hao Jun Lee, Sandy Perry, Catherine Hedges, Waskar Castro, and Matthew Reed. Go ahead.
Blaze, a student at Piedmont Hills High School. Every day when I walk home, I witness homeless citizens in the creek beside my house. While I understand how urgent this issue is, I also understand the fact that these shelters will only support homeless members for 6 months. In a city where it is challenging to support one's needs with minimum wage, I am pessimistic to see how these shelters are anything but a short-term solution that won't last. We are putting a Band-Aid on an issue that needs a permanent solution. And if we go forward with ridding the budget of permanent housing, we will see the same homeless issues manifest in the near future. To address the issue of pollution, if the homeless encampments are contributing to these lawsuits, then what stops this issue from emerging once the homeless members have passed their allotted times in the shelters? It is crucial we give homelessness a permanent solution.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Appreciate this opportunity. We've been here before. I'm really concerned we're going to be here again. I know that everybody understands the fact that we have a range of needs that we need to respond to. For the third year in a row, we're choosing to redirect funds from producing permanent affordable housing into meeting what frankly is a challenge that we're not going to be able to meet given our current planning. The long-term costs of the important but not inexpensive interim housing solution is something that we do not have an answer to. Last year, that was the commitment that you made. There are other resources that we can be turning to. We shouldn't be gutting affordable housing.
That's your time. Next speaker.
Robert Aguirre, not with Sacred Heart Community Housing. Picture yourself on a boat in a river with tangerine dreams, and then now your boat has sprung a leak. You have at your hands a cup that only contains holds half as much water as you're leaking, and you also have a sieve. You can pick up the cup and start bailing, and hopefully somebody will come and rescue you, or you'll be able to row to shore. If you pick up the sieve, all that water is just going to go right back into the boat, which is what you're doing when you put money out of permanent housing and putting it into temporary housing. The idea that you're going to be able to take money from one budget and put it into another is just robbing Peter to pay Paul. Eventually, all you end up with is a sore Peter. I have lived in the jungle.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Tristia Bauman, Tanya Bautista, Olivia Ortiz, and Oscar QW. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Huáscar Castro with Working Partnerships USA. We're deeply concerned about the proposal to shift Measure E funding away from affordable housing production for what's looked like the second year now. Our community is facing a severe affordable housing crisis. Our insufficient supply of affordable housing and a housing landscape that creates grave insecurity for renters lays the groundwork for various impacts, including increased homelessness, which we are all grappling with today. We cannot lose sight that without opportunities for permanently supportive sources of housing, temporary solutions will be just that, temporary. We urge Council to protect our affordable housing funding in this year's budget and work in a collaborative, genuine, pragmatic, and creative manner to ensure that we're putting a real plan together for funding and sustaining a comprehensive approach to our housing and homelessness crisis. Lastly, I'd like to remind everyone the intent of Measure E for all those folks who walked on the campaign, knocked on doors, and did all that work to actually get this funding secured, and it was not for
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Sandy Perry with South Bay Community Land Trust. And we oppose the proposed city manager's budget. The projected deficit of $50 million, if it's even that large, I understand there's media reports out now this afternoon that are questioning that, it's only 1% of the city's budget. There's no reason why we have to concentrate all the cuts, 60, 70, 80% cuts to Measure E housing funds when affordable housing was one of the top 2 priorities of the residents of San Jose. The manager's budget says the $41 million that may be available for affordable housing is adequate, but it's not adequate. The number of units that would produce would only meet 4% of our RENA affordable housing goals for this year. We're not opposed to.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Tristia Bauman. I am the Directing Attorney of Housing at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. I'm also a Real Coalition member. The Law Foundation's housing department served over 4,000 people last year. The majority are moms and kids. The vast majority are people of color, and nearly all face the imminent loss of their housing and high risk of homelessness. Why? Because they can't afford the rent. By the time they came to our office, they had already made many sacrifices to try and keep their families housed. They had given up paying for food, medicine, childcare. They had suffered silently with mold and bug infestations and abuse. But when they fell behind on out-of-control rents, many of those families were quickly evicted. And that's how homelessness happens. Without affordable housing options, many of these families will end up on the streets where it is far more expensive and far harder to help them. They need a balanced budget, not a false choice that asks us to choose between the cure and expensive Band-Aids. We need investment in the cure. More.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Olivia Ortiz, and I am resident of District 5, and I'm here with Somos Mayfair. Measure E promised tax revenues for building affordable housing in San Jose. We must balance investments across programs and raise funds to meet community needs. As we build interim housing, we must create affordable housing option for a smooth transition to permanent housing. We urge the City Council to maintain the current Measure E spending plan, which prioritizes 75% of the funding for affordable housing developed, and reject the new proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Before you go, I'd like to call down Cesar Navarro Todd Davidson, John Betts, Deborah, and Allison Kingolani. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Estefania Bautista. I'm here on behalf of Latinos United for a New America. I am here to express my concerns about shifting critical funding for affordable housing into temporary shelters. The temporary solutions being proposed today will never work unless we have permanent homes for people to move into. This is why San Jose needs more affordable housing. It is essential to the well-being of our communities. We are looking to the City Council leadership to support an alternative, sustainable funding source for interim shelters and a realistic and humane approach to supporting our unhoused neighbors and our neighbors who are living paycheck to paycheck. This is an excellent opportunity that you can do right by your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Put your phone down and listen. A fact that we dance every year. We've been doing this for 2 years now. We are here because of neoliberalism. That only increases the personal wealth of individuals. Measure E was on the ballot. San Jose voters were told that this tax would permanently go to affordable housing. The proposed spending plan zeroes out funding for any new affordable housing developments. The CEO of Nintendo cut his salary by 50% to help. Should we cut your salaries? That won't happen. We face a severe housing crisis. We need long-term affordable housing solutions that address the root cause. We need to address the root housing crisis. We find ourselves out of balance. We need to invest in our communities, invest in these key programs, raise additional funding, and stop blaming poor people for not being able to afford their rent.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Cesar Navarro. I live in District 3. I'm a community organizer for Latinos United for New America, and I'm here to express my opposition to the appropriation of Measure E funds. And I'd like to start with a quote from Winston Churchill. Never let a crisis go to waste. With this budget shortfall of $50 million, I see this as a bid on an opportunity to revisit a proposal that was voted down last year. It's blatantly obvious why. Measure E is funded by a real property transfer tax. The real estate lobby in San Jose knows to not let a crisis go to waste. We need a housing-first policy that puts our unhoused population into permanent housing, not a Band-Aid interim solution that leads nowhere, but a different site to be unhoused. And I also find it extremely comical that the same meeting where we recognize the real coalition is also the meeting where we're gonna cut Measure E funds. It's nothing but a photo op. It means nothing. I give up the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Allison Singolani with SV at Home and a resident of District 5. According to the city's own data, in each of the city's recent NOFA awards dating back to 2021, the city's average award per unit of affordable housing has been $150,000 or less. Each of these affordable homes leverages state, federal, and private funds to bring hundreds of millions of dollars of investment into San Jose and will continue to be a permanent asset serving our communities for decades to come. The city's one-time per-unit investment in permanent affordable housing is less than the current per-unit cost to build interim temporary shelter, which come with ongoing operating costs of $35,000 to $50,000 per bed every year. When we overcommit to temporary solutions we can't afford, we undermine the permanent solutions. I urge the council to preserve the city's Measure E funding to develop permanent affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Delma Hernandez, Bob Brownstein, Diliza Gonzalez, and Shane Patrick Connolly.
Oh, hello. Okay, well, as soon as the pandemic was over, declared over, so sweeps were being allowed again, whatever compassion was being shown quickly vanished in San Jose's ramping up the sweeps. Citizens who complained about the blight and the bugaboo of homeless people caused massive suffering with sweeps. The only entity that has profited from San Jose sweep policies is Tucker Construction, the city's go-to choice for sweep conducting. Don't gut Measure E from its original purpose. And also, if you see the spotlight today, authorities on this water situation say this is not true, that cities being slapped with some huge fine for this water situation at all. That's not happening. And it may not happen. It's at the discretion of those who do it at a future time.
Thank you. Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Protect Measure E funding for affordable housing. Why would we build more shelters than we will ever need when people are refusing to live in the ones we already have? Again, I ask, have the people we plan to shelter been consulted? Once someone is placed in a shelter, they should be quickly streamlined into affordable housing, not crowded in a shelter to wait 5 to 10 years in a warehouse of people in bunk beds for affordable housing to be built. The VI SPDAT identifies our most vulnerable. Temporary and permanent housing options are different for different people in diverse situations. We have a bottleneck in shelters because there is not enough affordable housing. People refuse congregate shelters for very valid reasons, and they know what they need instead. The only way to quickly solve homelessness is to build homes people can't afford.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bob Brownstein, District 3. We should remember General Colin Powell's warning to the Bush administration before they invaded Iraq. If you break it, he said, you own it. Adopting this budget will break the city's long-standing commitment to building affordable housing, and then this council will own the consequences. You will own the staggering and escalating costs that will ruin future budgets. You will own nightmarish liabilities from pressuring people into shelters where neither their well-being or security can be maintained. You will own the fact that this strategy will become a revolving door, returning the homeless back to the city's neighborhoods. If you hear a politician say, the Regional Water Board is coming at San Jose with fiscal weapons of mass destruction.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Delma Hernandez. I'm with the South Bay Community Land Trust. I'm deeply concerned about the proposal to divert Measure E funding from affordable housing. It feels like deja vu from last year when we faced a similar situation. However, thanks to the community for organizing and some of your support, we managed to safeguard some Measure E funds. Initially, there was about $25 million earmarked for acquisition and rehabilitation under Measure E. With your backing and community advocacy, we were able to preserve $5 million. Although we had to adjust our plans, we were able to apply for these funds, and we're inching closer to preventing displacement by acquiring our second property on Virginia Avenue in Eastside San Jose, a crucial 18-unit space home to closely knit Spanish immigrant community. We need you to courageously choose to invest in affordable housing to ensure we can prevent displacement. We understand that the real solutions to homelessness lies in providing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Dilsa Gonzalez. I am here with Somos Mayfair and the Si Se Puede Coalition. I am also a resident of District 4. I was displaced of District 5. I have personally experienced homelessness, both because I couldn't afford housing, but because there are not housing for our people. My story is not unique. Every day we see or hear and support families that with kids to find a low-income apartments that they can call homes. Because of this, I know we will not be able to solve the homelessness crisis without continuing to build more affordable housing alongside more interim housing. Stop putting us against each other and create division on both sides that are already highly impacted. And raise additional funding so that we can fund all of these interventions at a scale required to meet the needs in our community. That is why we believe in that City Council should reject the new proposal and maintain the existing Measure E spending plan to properly prioritize 75% of the funding for affordable housing development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Shane, hold on for a second. Shane Patrick, sorry. Mary, I can't read this handwriting. It looks like Mariana Sadanov with Sacred Heart, Beth Siebert, Cheryl L., and Kira Kazantis. Go ahead.
Okay, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Shane Patrick Connolly, resident of City Council District 6 and HOA president there, and I work in the downtown as canon for administration at historic Trinity Episcopal Cathedral, where we serve the homeless. I am here to support the mayor's efforts to focus our budget on achieving a safe and clean city and remedy street homelessness. 3 people I know were victims of crime in the past week and a half. 2 assaults with batteries, 1 at the church, 1 at my HOA, a stolen catalytic converter, another person. The state legislature continues to fail us on crime, so the city must maintain a focus. And we must change from the failed multi-million-dollar unit housing first strategy to a shelter first triage and services strategy. So please reject the folks from the homeless industrial complex and support the residents of San Jose who want results now.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Beth Siebert, and I hope as you make this difficult decision that you'll consider the business community. I'm a business and property owner in the Monterey Business Corridor. There are about 1,500 businesses located in the Monterey Corridor. Many of the businesses suffer from consistent problems that stem from the RV community and the homeless community. We've been struggling for years with dumping, break-ins, water theft, graffiti, harassment, open-air drug use, prostitution, and more. The environment is threatening to employees and customers. We have a difficult time renting buildings as they become vacant because of the perceived unsafe business environment. It's tough to get assistance from the city's homeless services departments, and the 1,500 businesses provide a significant income to the city and to be sheltered from some of these difficulties that may.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Mari Cruz. I am a case manager from Sacred Heart Community Service. I am also a member of SEIU 521. I am here in support of Measure E, especially as affordable housing in San Jose is becoming increasingly difficult to find. Far too many families and individuals are unable to lay roots down in their community due to not being able to afford rent. Too many are denied the basic right to a safe place to call home. Taking away $36 million of affordable housing dollars would cripple the efforts to secure housing and condemn many vulnerable families and individuals to homelessness. I ask the council to support Measure E. Building temporary shelters and conducting sweeps is not addressing the root of the problem. The city should move away from doing the bare minimum and strive to face the housing crisis head on.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Kira Kazantis, Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits, Real Coalition, and a D3 resident. I am concerned about the article in today's San Jose Spotlight, which questions the shared facts about the stormwater permit that we're all relying on. I do appreciate the city manager and city attorney's comments, and I hope that any misunderstandings can be corrected soon so that the community can provide informed input and that you can make informed decisions about what we're going to do next. I want to say really quickly that the Clean Water Act is not new, so the question to me is, why do we have to gut our affordable housing dollars now, and why to this degree? We look forward to further information from you. Thanks for this opportunity for input.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi there. Yeah, I'm just going to relay a couple of my personal experiences. About 5 weeks ago, when I was down at Santa Clara and First Street to meet some people at a restaurant, I parked my car, I get out, and there's a guy a few feet away from me on the sidewalk, and I won't repeat it, but he yells a bunch of profanities at me. So I said, oh, that's nice. Okay, so I go across the street to the restaurant, and just before I go in, there's a guy there by the curb with his pants down. Okay, lovely. So go in, have lunch with my friend, come out, and lo and behold, there's another guy standing there taking a piss on the sidewalk. So the two of us just stood there and said, well, we're never coming back down here again, you know? And I look at that Virginia Street Studios, I go by that every single day at 280 and 7th, and that thing, they started their permits in 2015. That place finally just opened now, just now. 300 units of affordable housing. It took forever. You know, we need an interim solution, we need a bridge, we need something.
Thank you. Next speaker. Before you go, I'd like to call Juanita, Edward Gallardo, Gabriel Hernandez, Vasundara, and go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Eliseo Aceves. I'm a member of Siren. I'm the community of 7 Trees. I've been here the last 35 years in this country, and it's a wonderful country. But the main thing here is we are supporting for all these people who don't have a house, and it's very sadly because mostly they have a lot of kids, or they have kids, and they have to go to school. They live in the vans, or they live in the charters. That's not the solution. Put your hands in your heart. This is the most rich country in the world, right? So why we have the people in the street when we can make them to have a portable house? And it's very easy, simple. But hey, where are the taxes? We pay taxes all the time, right? But that can happen if you guys want it. And I would like to say thank you so much for the opportunity, for all the community, all the immigrants who are coming, because this country is getting bigger and bigger according to the immigrants who are here, and we're supporting. And we are here, and si se puede. Gracias.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Juanita Campa. I'm living proof that I'm HIV positive. I live in the jungle with a 4-year-old son that has spectrum disorder. Where they haven't placed us in any housing. We've been stuck down there for 6 months, and it's been horrible. And that I worked here. I'm a citizen. I'm a U.S. citizen, and I worked here very hard. And now that I ask for help for housing, nobody can help us because there's no more funds, and we're stuck down there. So don't take the E-fund away. I just found out about this, and it's hard. Who wants to be in this situation? Nobody wants to be in this situation. But things happen. And God put me here for a reason, and I hope that you guys do keep the program for people like us and with people with disability too. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor and everyone. My name is Vasundhara. I'm from District 10. What I want to say is, near my children's high school, there is a creek, and children been avoiding the creek because whoever practicing cross-country running, all that, they've been avoiding the creek because they see naked people around the creek. And when you drive on in the night, you see people taking strollers and then crossing the road. You don't want to bump into them or hit them. You see encampments and getting into the fire and all those things. Seeing all these, if this is not a crisis, then what is a crisis? If we should help them, either whoever struggling mentally or whoever need help, and the help can come from internal housing and something that can be done right now, not waiting. So I really feel this is a crisis.
I'm also going to call Avery Dickard, May Wynn, and Sean.
How you doing? Gabriel Hernandez, the director of the Si Se Puede Collective, and I'm also on the steering committee of the Real Coalition. You've heard a lot of the priorities of the Real Coalition. We also sent you a letter, and I'd like you to make sure that you look at the housing element part of that letter, which is the second part of the letter, and the process that we went through in building out the housing element and that voice of community that we said we would always defend. We felt when the housing element was sent, we asked the state to intercede on our behalf, and they kicked that back to you, and it created that liability. We believe that right now, the amount of money that you're talking about for Measure E and diverting that may put that housing element out of compliance, and we're gonna take a look at that, but I think you've got to work with us, with community, to figure out this Measure E proposal. Clearly right now, it's not working. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good day, city official. My name is Mary Nguyen, one of the San Jose residents over 30 years. When I first came to San Jose, I didn't see a lot of unhoused residents, but now I see the situation has worsened. Just the other day, we had an event here in the City Hall, and 3 of us left the building and we went to the elevator right here. We opened the elevator and there was an unhoused person, and he was drunk in the elevator, and 3 of us couldn't go in. We didn't feel comfortable, and we basically decided to go around about and went on the stairs. So that's just an example. So it would be good for us to take care of them, give them a place, give them a home, and allocate a fund. So.
Thank you. Next speaker. And I have called all of the speaker cards, so if you turn in a card and you did not hear me call your name, this would be the time for you to come on down. Other than that, I know you can go ahead.
I literally just got a message that a member of my crew their outdoor home just burned to the ground, so I'm a little shaken. And this was somebody who was pushed out of a tiny home, like 40% of all unhoused people. But I really want to say, there is no unhoused situation or problem. There is a housing problem, a lack of affordable housing, a lack of permanent housing. Many unhoused people moved to creeks because they had been swept there for more public spaces. The state audit of San Jose services says 40% of people who get tiny homes in EIH end up homeless again. Most unhoused people want and deserve permanent housing where they can take all their belongings, lock their doors, settle in, feel safe, and eventually work on goals. And simply because I have the mic, I just want to say that we are still seeking justice for Derek Sanderlin and justice for SOS, the unhoused group that was unjustly sunsetted by Sacred Heart.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Citlali Martinez. I grew up on the east side of San Jose, and I myself, with my family, we were homeless at one point. However, permanent housing would have not helped us. I mean, yes, we needed something that was permanent, not something that was temporary. So we need to protect Measure E. We can't put funds in something that would just be a small cover-up, a Band-Aid, like many of my peers said. So please protect Measure E, and let's not put Band-Aids on something so big like housing. Thank you.
This is my last call for speakers. All cards have been called. I see nobody coming up, so back to council.
All right. Thank you, Tony.
Appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who weighed in on the city manager's proposed operating budget. Sorry to see so many speakers had to leave. We are going to wrap up the hearing. I do just want to acknowledge the genuine concern that we've heard from so many on issues that affect people in their daily lives. I have no doubt people are here for the right reason, advocating for what they believe in, what they're passionate for, advocating for solutions to the immense challenges faced in our community. And despite some of the rhetoric around this, I think there is a lot of common ground. And I know that our council does not in any way, and certainly our city manager, want to pit really vital needs against one another. I think we all acknowledge, and I heard very clearly when we unanimously approved the March message, a commitment to continuing to fund affordable housing, which this proposed budget does, somewhere between $20 and $40 million this coming year. But also, I think, a commitment from many of us to continue to look for additional sources of revenue that may be out there. You heard mention earlier during the commendations of the potential for a regional measure. There may be other ways to continue to fund it. We also have a critical need around the immense human suffering on our streets today. And even after passing a $1 billion bond and a transfer tax that has generated $50 to $100 million a year, we're at a pace that still leaves thousands of people on our streets, people who don't have 20 years to wait to hope that we can eventually build enough affordable housing to give them access to basic sanitation, basic safety and security. So I think we face an unenviable situation where we have very urgent needs that, to some extent, we are having to make some trade-offs between, and that goes for other urgent needs around public safety, which I heard some speakers speak to, food insecurity, the need for after-school programs, investments in parks and libraries. It's difficult, and that's all in a city that, to some of the points that were made about how wealthy this region is, and it is a city that actually has pretty low revenue per capita compared to all of our neighboring cities. The numbers are pretty stark. That's because we tend to be a housing center, been a good actor on housing historically, versus being a job center where the revenue is, which makes these conversations all the more difficult. I do just want to note just a couple of, and I'm not going to go on too long here, I do want to note, since I heard some things that have been constantly repeated that aren't true, I want to note that at our interim housing sites, except for the first one, which has kind of a special agreement that I know we're working to change, at all the motels we've converted, the 5 interim sites we've built, we don't kick people out after 6 months. I think it's really important that we make that clear again. I know we've had that conversation a few times, but we don't simply cycle people back to the streets. In fact, we found at our interim sites 70% retention indoors, 50% graduation to permanent housing, some by reconnecting with family and friends, many by finding affordable apartments. But we don't kick people out after 6 months. I just think that's important for the community to know. We also, it is not true that people reject these solutions. We actually have a waiting list where we stop taking names because of the hundreds of people on our streets today in unsafe, unsanitary, environmentally destructive conditions who have put their hand up and said, I would love access to a little room with a door that closes, something with some basic sanitation, security, dignity, my own private space. So there's a lot of demand for interim solutions, in addition, of course, to the ideal solution, which is a more permanent apartment for everyone. So both are needed. Just on the costs, I also just want to note the council did take action last year as part of our most recent $50 million investment in new affordable housing to increase the city's contribution to a range of $200,000 to $325,000 per unit as the city's loan to an overall construction cost that is tends to be much higher. The issue, for me at least, is more around speed, around the needing both, but needing to be responsive to this immense crisis on the streets today and trying to do that faster. So in terms of things we all agree on, I think I hope, I've heard broad consensus from the community and from this council over the last couple of years in wanting to work together to continue to fund and find new resources for affordable housing, and wanting to also end the urgent, immense suffering on our streets and create more dignified sanitary and safe alternatives. I think this year we do have a new emerging issue around the sunsetting of our current stormwater permit and the direct discharge plan that has allowed us certain credits that we've been able to get to offset the fact that we're in violation of the Clean Water Act. So that is something we'll have to grapple with, and we're going to continue to work with city staff to figure out how to best do that in a way that does not draw away from other critical needs like affordable housing, like public safety, like libraries and parks and roads. It's a very tough balancing act. I appreciate my colleagues' willingness to engage very thoughtfully and substantively in that conversation over recent months as we seek to balance some really desperate needs in the community. Finally, just factually, I do also just feel the need to note, I was impressed by, I was pushed by former Mayor Liccardo to go knock on doors for Measure E many years ago. And I do just want to remind folks that the measure made very clear, in fact, the ballot language talks about both building affordable housing and building shelter for our homeless, helping our homeless population move into shelter. I also remember the marketing materials for the campaign that focused on immediate alternatives to tent encampment. So I just want to be a little careful about rhetoric that accuses anyone on this dais or anyone on staff of trying to initiate a theft of funds or violate a promise to the voters. It is true, though, that we have a council policy that lays out our allocations. Currently, we do spend Measure E on permanent housing, on interim and transitional and more immediate solutions, what some call shelter, as well as prevention and some administrative overhead and outreach. And so we do already use it flexibly. The question is always around at this moment, how much do we turn that dial to meet different needs, which is a very valid debate that we're going to continue to have as we figure out how to move forward and solve our community's greatest problems. So I, again, appreciate the dialogue. Just wanted to set the record straight on a few factual points, but certainly the conversation is not done, and I do look forward to working together with the many advocates here today to try to find additional sources of revenue to meet all of these needs, the urgent needs, the long-term needs, and all the many things that our community wishes to achieve in the years ahead. So we are going to close the hearing. We will continue with our budget study sessions this week and continue into June with these conversations and making some difficult decisions. But thank you all for your feedback today. And we are going to move on to item 3.5, which is an amendment to Chapter 2.04 of Title II of the San Jose Municipal Code for the Office of Racial and Social Equity. And I believe we do have a short staff presentation. So whenever she's ready, I'll turn things over to Zulma.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council and members of the public. My name is Zulma Maciel. I'm the Director of San Jose's Office of Racial Equity. I am here joined by Deputy City Manager Angel Rios and Omar from the City Attorney's Office. It is my honor to be here to present the item and to request your approval of a racial and social equity ordinance and a companion equity values and standards council policy. But before I present that, I want to just refresh your memory, spend a few minutes refreshing your memory about the background on how we have arrived to this day. This information provides some details about also the process that we led to produce these two important documents. So as background, it all started with the Charter Review Commission's foresight to codify language in the city charter that expressed a commitment to equity. In a time when many cities and corporations are sliding back from commitments made in 2020 to address injustices, the forward-thinking strategy led by the Charter Review Commission to cement this commitment in San Jose paved the way for a measure to be placed on the ballot for public vote. As a result, Measure I was approved by San Jose voters. Soon after, as a result of that passing of Measure I, it was then included into the San Jose City Charter, and here you'll find the language that was voted on, which basically says that the mayor and the city council are required to adopt and maintain a statement of values regarding racial and social equity that provides guidance to city officers and employees while discharging their responsibilities. So subsequently, like I said, that was added to the city charter, and then that opened kind of then the door to, so now what? And in the city manager's office, it aligns with the work of the Office of Racial Equity, and so we then began a process just to research what other cities, other municipalities were doing in regard to equity statements. And we are uniquely positioned in that no other city in the country, as far as I'm aware, and I'm open for somebody to fact check me on this, has gone this route by having it voted by the, measure put on the ballot, voted by the public, and then added to the city charter. So the next steps, we also wanted to see what else is out there. And what we found were that many of the equity statements and values that emerged, most of them came out in 2020. No surprise, mostly in the summer and the fall of 2020. Many were aspirational, they were council resolutions, and they spoke to the current inequities in those communities. But very few, in fact, just a handful delineated how organizations would actually carry out the work. So as you recall, the Office of Racial Equity was established in 2020, so we had already started some of that foundational work, so at least we didn't have to start from scratch. But absent a good template for how to codify a statement of values and guidance, we decided to honor the previous engagement process led by the Charter Review Commission and kind of picked up where they left off. We weren't meant to do a thorough strategic or operational work plan, but rather a formal document that would guide the city organization through a set of values and standards for incorporating equity considerations in decision-making so that we improve outcomes for a variety of groups of historically experienced poor outcomes. We also wanted to make sure that we allowed room for improvement, modernization, and innovation. So as such, we identified groups within the city organization that had expressed interest in equity work, and externally we leaned on people who had some understanding of the charter review process that led to the ballot measure and had also expressed interest in following the work all the way to the end. As you know and mentioned in the memo, the Real Coalition formed a subcommittee of members interested in working with the city administration on this, and we also appreciated their level of expertise in policy drafting. We also engaged the San Jose For All Advisory Group made up of diverse representatives of the community. So quickly, and you'll find more information in the memo, these are some of the themes that kept coming up, and these were the cross-cutting themes with all of the stakeholders that we met with. What's really important to incorporate in an ordinance and policy is ensure that there's an implementation and enforcement mechanism, accountability and transparency, expand opportunities to strengthen skills and promote innovation. So those are just some of the themes that emerged with conversations with both internal and external stakeholders. And so these themes were strongly considered when drafting both the ordinance and the policy. So in summary, you'll see the proposed ordinance does an important piece, which is it basically cites the equity values and standards policy, so it's a companion policy. It also acknowledges past council actions, and so you'll see references there to the Disability Pledge, the Equity Pledge, Women's Bill of Rights, and all those things that intersect with our work. And it also officially establishes the Office of Racial Equity, renamed Office of Racial and Social Equity, and ensures that the office functions, powers, and duties are enshrined in the San Jose Municipal Code. The council policy delineates that more of the how we do that. It identifies the framework which we adopted more than 4 years ago. So we've already started the work, we've done some foundational pieces, and some of that framework is identified in the council policy. But I do want to acknowledge that we straddle the tension between being prescriptive in the how we do the work and a broader framework for the approach. We settled on a framework, one we adopted when we began doing the work over 4 years ago, and which is a framework used by many cities and counties across the country, as well as federal agencies, so there's alignment there. We also wanted to ensure that we had room to grow, to innovate, and to iterate, because this work and language is constantly evolving. And frankly, it's imperfect. So the proposed policy enables us to evolve while we expand our understanding. So for example, we've already begun to transition the Disability Affairs Officer into the Office of Racial Equity and are eager to support their work and to integrate disability equity into our operational work plan moving forward. We also look forward to assessing what it takes to integrate the expertise of other identified groups, absorbing women's rights issues, and consider the resources to be responsive to the various groups in San Jose. So finally, here's the recommendation. Although there's still much progress to be made, over the course of the last 4 years, the City of San Jose has consistently shown it's at the forefront of this work by the steps that we're taking to secure the foundation for equity-focused efforts. The proposed ordinance and policy codify the promise of a just and equitable San Jose. And now more than ever, it is incredibly important for the organization to continue its strong commitment and leadership in this area, because there's been a notable shift in sentiment nationally, statewide, and regionally, in which people are regressing and maybe stepping back from DEI efforts or stepping back for certain language. San Jose has uniquely ascertained through a ballot measure, change in the charter, and now these proposed documents that San Jose equity work will endure even when nationally there may be some backlash to DEI efforts. Finally, I want to extend my gratitude to my colleagues in the city organization who have leaned into equity work, and especially the Office of Racial Equity team that's sitting here today, who gives so much of their heart and mind every day. My gratitude to the Real Coalition Subcommittee and to the San Jose For All Advisory Group for their collaborative approach and for keeping us honest. As well as I want to acknowledge the Charter Review Commission again for their foresight to ensure that equity work is not just an initiative that could be stripped away, but that it is truly embedded, codified, and at the core of the organization. So with that, I ask for your approval and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Zulma. Appreciate that report. Let's go to public comment first.
Michael, last name starts with an M, so Michael M. Ellen Rollins, Reverend Fairgrove, and Bob Brownstein. Oh, it could be Michelle. Yeah. Sorry.
The mic.
Okay, hang on a second. This means I have to juggle. So let me back up just a little bit. So my issue, I support the work, and I really greatly appreciate the work that has come before. The equity initiatives in San Jose are incredible, and I can't diminish that reality. The issue I have is on one of the last pages of the council policy, which includes a definition for racial and social equity, and that definition lacks disability. And this gap of knowledge stems from before the Charter Review Commission and through that process. And that gap is important to acknowledge, and it's important to remember that in equity, any bias that is institutional and structural is marginalizing a group of people. Disability intersects all other conditions. Disability does not discriminate. And it's important that in this foundational document, those values are represented and clearly defined. I've also submitted a potential definition to the Office of Race Equity, to the Disability Affairs Office, and to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you for having me, Mayor Mahan, City Council members. I'm a commissioner for the Council on Aging for the County of Santa Clara County. I'm disabled, I'm African American. My last client passed away in 2021, and I was then homeless. I spent 15 months in 4 different hotels. I'm now affordably housed. Part of the issue was not because the system worked for me to be rehoused, it's because of who I knew, what I knew, and how I had other people that would be able to come down on those who were managing the hotel system and say, no, you can't do that. So I thought this was a good day.
At a time when some state governments want schools to teach that race-based slavery was a beneficial form of on-the-job training, it is praiseworthy that San Jose is recognizing racial justice as a fundamental value. This ordinance and policy were a long time coming, and we have many to thank. Certainly the Charter Review Commission and its chair, Fred Farrar, the City Council that put Measure I on the ballot, and particularly Council members Jimenez, Cohn, and Foley, who supported stronger language in the measure, and Vice Mayor Kamei, who signed the ballot argument. And we should thank stalwart community activists like Matt King, Alina Yin, and Kira Kazantzis, who persevered through all this time to make this a reality.
Back to council.
All right.
Oh, you are coming. Sorry. Sometimes people leave early.
Hello, Council. My name is Alina Yin, and I was a part of this process from advocating in 2020 to have a Charter Review Commission, to participating just as a resident 2 minutes at a time, and to persevere and see this come through this stage 4 years later is a great honor. This ordinance and resolution policy are the compass and map for where we need to go, a declaration of how we imagine our future. It understands that equity is not merely a concept to be aspired to, but a practice to be implemented and lived. It recognizes the complexity of our identities and the intersections at which we live. As you consider this ordinance and resolution, let us seize the opportunity not only to shape the city that truly embodies justice and inclusivity, but also to set a precedent for others. With this adoption, this ordinance can set an example for the rest of the nation to follow. Thank you.
Again, Kira Kazantzis, Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits, and also Real Coalition. I don't think I can say it better than how Bob and Alina just said it, so I'm going to just echo their comments, and I also wanted to specifically thank Sulma Maciel and her team for all the hard work they did over this many, many months. The kind of engagement they did with the community is a model, and I think they need to be praised when praise is due. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Hui Tran for Siren. I'm actually want to take this opportunity to support the adoption of this, but also to recognize my own shortcomings as a commissioner, because in the support of the equity values and standards, the one thing we did fail to do was expressly recognize the disability community and ensure that that was included. So to the extent that the work can continue and make sure that we include folks who have disabilities and are still amazing members of our community, I would support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, coming back to the council for discussion, we'll start with Councilor Torres.
Good afternoon.
And thank you so much for the presentation and your work, and for the folks who helped push this measure along, including my colleagues who were on this behind the dais when the measure was drafted back in 2022. So I just have a quick question. So we're amending it, which, I mean, I completely agree with it. I think this is important work, especially since DEI is becoming, you know, unfortunately, public enemy number one in you know, in some areas, right? Whether it's educational level, corporate level, you know, local governance, right? It's becoming public enemy number one. So since we're amending this and we're adding language to it, so is it a simple majority, or do we need 8 votes on this council today? That's probably for our city attorney, Omar, or Nora, whoever.
As far as I know, it's just a majority vote on this,
okay.
on this item.
And then I know I don't want to throw a wrench into things, but Zulma or anybody, or Angel, so how are we trying to include our I want to say this correctly. I don't want to say disabled community, I'm sorry. Okay, that's acceptable. Okay, great, thank you.
Members of the disability community.
Members of the disability community, yes. How are we including them?
The work of the Office of hopefully the Office of Racial Equity has never negated the work working with members of the disability community, and in the document we make mention of it, but we know that we can do more. And so by absorbing the work and the position, the person who's leading disability affairs for the city, we intend to be much more mindful and explicit about the work and the role of the Office of Racial Equity in ensuring that members of the disability community are being heard and are providing their expertise along the way. I don't have that expertise, and there's other areas in which I don't have expertise. I don't have the lived experience, nor have I had the proper education and training, but there are people in the community that do, and so we look forward to working with more. And certainly we've had a great initial conversation with Michelle Mashborn, member of the community. There's much to learn there, and we have a plan for working forward.
Okay, great. Yeah, because this is the first time I'm hearing it, so I definitely don't want to exclude. This is why we passed this measure, right? I know I remember voting for it on the ballot and support it and continue to support it. So those were my questions for the staff. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just want to thank staff for their hard work on this, and especially want to thank Sulma for your intentionality bringing this forward to the council. Excited to formalize the city's commitment to racial and social equity, and an overdue move that will touch every aspect of our city's day-to-day functions. And I know that Councilmember Torres has already mentioned it, but it has, become the boogeyman for some people out there in politics. And I'm glad that the city of San Jose is staying committed to what the voters decided at the ballot box. And so looking forward to how this will continue robust community engagement in the future. Just have a couple questions. So I know these policies are written with flexibility to allow for engagement to evolve, but can you tell me if there's a plan in place to establish preliminary community feedback?
Just to clarify, community feedback on what?
On just the process of the rollout of Measure I it will impact different work here at the city of San Jose.
Yeah, at this point, we're going to continue the work that we started related to inside the organization in terms of embedding the racial equity practice and embodying a culture that sustains it. Ideally, when we have a little more bandwidth and we have room, we would like to do more robust strategic, especially community engagement process that helps us identify, to tell us whether or not we're headed in the right direction as an entire organization, right? Because we work inside the organization as a strategic support partner, not necessarily we're not providing direct services. But we, as the Office of Racial Equity, have the responsibility to at least evaluate the collective work of the organization and ensure that there's accountability and transparency for progress made on that, so that the community could reflect on it and then have an opportunity for feedback. But we're not there yet, Councilmember, and I'll be very honest about that. Okay. At this point, I don't know that we would have anything significant for, broad community feedback without falling short of promises. Right now, we do fall back on our San Jose for All advisory group, which was established last year, a very diverse group of representatives from the community who are our sounding board.
No, thank you. Appreciate that. And next question, how will expectations be set in departmental action plans, and how will they be enforced, if they will be enforced?
Yeah, great question. All departments are currently drafting their second iteration of their racial equity action plans. They wrote them 2 years ago. This is the second iteration. These are going to be better because I think everybody has had a little more time to reflect on what the role of their departments is in advancing racial equity as it relates to the outcomes that they're trying to achieve. And so our role is to ensure that the coaching them, the quality is there, but the intent is also to put them up for public view so that the racial equity action plans can be viewed by members of the public. Our responsibility will be to monitor the implementation of those action items and on a quarterly basis show sort of progress towards that. Because these are my colleagues and we're all in it to do the right thing, a lot of the work that we do is coaching, technical assistance, and consultation. We want to see everybody succeed. And so that is the role for the Office of Racial Equity.
And Councilmember, if I could please add, as part of my one team leadership values and expectations, racial equity is one of those values, and very strong value for me, and one of my 5 focus areas from a strategic support perspective. All of the department heads, as part of their annual review, I do review that when I'm assessing their performance.
Okay, I appreciate that. Say for instance, because not saying that something needs to be enforced, but for instance, and hopefully this doesn't happen, if there's a department that takes an adversarial position to this type of work, or we feel, the Office of Racial Equity feels that they're not investing the amount of time that they should be in this, how would something like that be resolved?
Councilmember, that's a great question, and that's one that we actually have given a lot of thought to. And I want to kind of first provide some context. I think what City Manager Jennifer McGuire mentioned is really important, in that first and foremost, the expectation from our city manager is that this is a value that needs to be incorporated into the work that we do. So it's embedded in the one team leadership, principles that is not just a nice picture on the wall, but that literally is embedded in the organization. And then, as Sulma mentioned, whether it's the work plans, whether it's the budget documents, whether it's the subcommittee reports that are being reviewed by and ultimately signed off by deputy city managers, we're all looking at it with that same lens in terms of how is this work, the work that we're proposing to do for the city, the work that we are doing for the city, being done and evaluated and viewed and informed by this equity lens as codified in this now ordinance, right? And then it's about working that plan. And in addition to that, there's capacity training, because we realize that people come at this at different places, right? So we continue to build capacity within the organization. And so all those things kind of together just make us better and stronger each year. And you know, admittedly, there's some that struggle with it, but we're creating kind of a safe environment to really talk through these tough issues and to really understand why it's important to do this work, right? This is not just an ideological perspective. This is about good public administration. And so it's a process of embedding this into the culture.
And I want to add on to that. So, and I think it's been, Zulma, correct me, I think for the last 2 years, I asked for racial equity training to be mandatory in this organization.
Oh, wow.
And so we started that. And it's also part of every new employee. I need every employee to share in the responsibility about thinking about why is that important? Why do we care about racial equity? Why is it why is it a value? And we're going to be doing a second round of new updated trainings. We also have with our senior staff a regular and our executive staff regular trainings, and Zulma has come in with her team a couple times a year, 2 or 3 times a year, to have that safe space for us to talk about, to learn, to hear each other, and those have been very productive as well. But I think this is as important as sexual harassment training, which is mandatory. So we were, as I understand it, we were the first, when I asked for that, we were the first in the country to really mandate a racial equity training for all city employees, and that's how important it is for me personally.
Great. No, thank you, Jennifer, and thank you to staff. Thank you for your leadership, Sulma, on this work. Really excited to take this next step alongside my colleagues. Quick question. I do want to acknowledge the activists that are here. I appreciate their voice in the conversation. Are we doing any, I understand we want to focus on racial equity for this initiative. Is there, or has there been initiatives specifically focused on how our city serves the differently abled community at the same level to how we've talked about race?
You know, I think I'll answer that question. We now have a disability affairs officer that is awakening our understanding of how important it is to be just as, to prioritize this for all of the organizations so that it's more than just a compliance, ADA compliance piece, but truly understanding what it means to be a system that is in support and serves the members of the disabled community. So as a result of absorbing that additional work, that'll just be a part of what we do.
Oh, I see. So
yeah, so that position will be coming over to the Office of Racial Equity as of July 1.
And so that's why we're going to rename the office, Office of Racial and Social Equity, because there's so many other social equity issues that we need to think about. Like she mentioned women, we've got LGBTQ+, and others that we need to do, along with obviously disability, and I've recommended for that position to be ongoing in this budget.
I see. Okay, well, look forward to more conversations on that topic. And has this item been moved already? No? Okay. I move to approve item 3.5.
Second. All right, thank you. Councilor Foley.
Thank you, Zulma, and thank you. I want to thank Rania Mosen for her work as the head of the Office of Disability Affairs, a committee of Department of One. You are doing an amazing job in understanding the issues involving the members of the disability community, their families and allies, and you've been at it for a year, and there's a lot of work ahead. So I first want to give a shout out to you and recognize all the work that you're doing. But that's just the beginning, as you know, and as I know others here are encouraging us very strongly to take a stronger approach to it, because it's not just it's the equity issue that relates to the disability community too. It's about ableism. And ableism, I'm going to define it for my colleagues, so bear with me, is the discrimination of and social prejudice against people who are perceived to be disabled based on the belief that typical abilities are superior, rooted in the assumption that disabled people require fixing and that people by definition are defined by their disabilities. So I want to make sure that ableism is not part of our language here. So how will we, in the equity plan, as you're working through other social equity issues and racial equity, how will you reflect the disability community's issues and concerns and awareness of ableism with the staffs?
Yeah, well, first I want to say that it's already been addressed through foundational racial equity training and other trainings that we've had. It's not that it has been ignored. So I do want to clarify that. But moving forward, it is being much more intentional about elevating the training for a wider audience in the organization, and working closely with Rania, the Disability Affairs Officer, to ensure that it's integrated with all of the work that we do.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. There is so much intersectionality between the disabled community and discrimination against gender, race, sexuality, and many other issues that are, and many other categories that are discriminated against. So I just want to make sure that when we're lifting up all voices and all areas of concern, that we also lift up the disability community. And it isn't about ADA. ADA is a floor, it's not a ceiling. It's a starting place, and that's more of a construct of how we have to move forward beyond that. So just as some background, and the reason this is important to me is a few years ago on my staff, I had a intern who wanted to work really closely with the disability community, and she thought we should. So she was challenged to make sure that we identified issues and concerns, particularly on our website, and accessibility with my office. So every day we came forward with something that we were trying to figure out a way to reach out more and be more accessible. So that opened my eyes to the issues of the members of the disability community and their allies, and really it's a starting place for me. That's been a journey of about 4 years now, and it's a learning process, and I'll never get it. And Rania, thank you for the glossary. It's really, really helpful. So I wonder, because we got a letter from Michelle Mashburn that was really detailed and helpful, but is it possible for you to come back, or when you come back, well, let me ask this question. When will you be coming back with an update on this resolution and how it's being implemented and steps that we're taking?
Yeah, so we report annually. We have an annual report that goes to a council committee and then cross-reference with the city council. This year it'll be in June to PISFIS, and then cross-reference to an August city council meeting, and we'll do that annually. So that's just an ongoing thing that we'll do.
Okay, so you'll come back to us?
That's right,
okay.
Annually.
Can you, you've seen this letter?
Yes.
Okay. Will you be able to include things such as defining institutional ableism, improving the definition of racial and social equity to encompass all oppressed groups, recognize limited outreach to the disability community, and adjust outcomes to reflect equity achieved when race and other oppressed group identities no longer predict life outcomes?
Yes, Councilmember, those are easy to incorporate. In fact, we're already updating our website with the new definitions and strengthening language. Those
Great.
are easy things for us to do.
I thank you for that. I'm really excited to see this go forward, and again, it's a start. We've been working on it on council in one level for a few years, but this elevates it to a much higher level. So I'm really excited to see it go forward. Thank you for your work, Zulma.
Thanks, Councilmember Foley, and thanks for sharing that story from your office experience. Let's go to Vice Mayor Kamei.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone who has participated and has brought it to this point. Thank you, Zulma, and thank you for your staff who have worked diligently to get it going, get it going, get it going. I think that it's, I'm very proud that the City of San Jose has really expressed a strong, strong commitment to racial and social equity, and this is really a good moment. I think that we can really serve as an example for others, and I think that it's great that you have created the framework to help us with the outcomes. I also want to talk about the inclusivity of this, because I think that while this is really city staff focusing, I want to ask each of my colleagues to also serve as the example, to be able to have our own, mayor and offices promote this, incorporate it in your offices. I know that, when I served on other organizations, I took equity training, and it's always a learning process, right? And so I would hope that each of our offices would also step up and be able to participate and be a part of this. I think it's the best way to lead by example. I feel very strongly about that, and I definitely hope to work with the office to do that. And it is a learning. I want to thank my colleague Pam Foley for teaching me ableism and be able to understand that it is a learning process. And as we move forward, we get better and better. So thank you so much for that.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Let's go over to Councilmember Dwan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the presentation and continuing the work to make sure we have equity not only in race but disability and many other aspects. And Vice Mayor, I totally agree with you. So I have a question. How will the Office of Racial Equity and Social Equity work with other city departments, including the council member and so on, and community organization to achieve your goals?
We would be happy to extend our new foundational racial equity modules, the training, to the council offices. I mean, they're not mandated for council members and offices, but they can be made available for all. We also would be happy to share future in-person trainings or other things if there's interest from council offices to engage that way, so that we're speaking the same language, we understand the framework, we understand where we're headed. Because we're not going to train our way out of racism, ableism, sexism, all of that. Training just provides us a set of, some knowledge, understanding, sometimes skills, but it requires various sessions. And so we would encourage to have participation in that. So we're happy to connect with offices. We'll continue to send our quarterly briefings to council offices on what we're doing, and that's a good way to register.
Thank you. Is there a matrix to measure the effectiveness of your office in order to implement these programs? And we want to see the matrix or perhaps even some type of outcome that we can measure.
Yeah, I think part of the easy answer for that is to identify progress made on our operational work plan, as well as the department-specific racial equity action plans towards, the goals that have been set out. In aggregate form, sort of like the collective city organizations move towards advancing racial equity, that's going to take longer. And I'm working with other chief and director equity officers from other large cities to try to design some sort of maturity assessment that tells us over time how we're doing better as an organization, not just the Office of Racial Equity, but as an organization. We haven't sorted that out yet, but we're already talking about it.
Thank you, and I hope that someday we'll have a multicultural picnics or even multicultural parade in our city in order to show the pride that we have. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilor. Well, thanks again for the update. Appreciate the work that's being done in our Office of Racial Equity and the sort of culture that we're building across the entire organization. We did have a motion, I believe, from Councilmember Ortiz. Is that right? Okay, great. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. We're on to item 3.6. This is a public hearing on recording liens on properties for the reimbursement of the cost of sidewalk repairs. We have a short staff presentation.
I thought 3.5 would have a lot more because we had so many letters. It's my favorite pizza.
I have to recuse from the public services, so just let me say something before that item
Oh,
starts.
okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. My name is Rick Bruno, Director of Finance, and I'm joined today by John Kashmanian, Deputy Director of Finance, and John Risto, Director of Transportation. John and John will share a short presentation. I'll provide a few brief remarks before we get kicked off. The lien action before you today is the last step to recover costs. The city has paid contractors with general fund dollars to perform sidewalk repair work. Staff in the Departments of Transportation and Finance work really hard to provide property owners with information about financial hardship programs, as well as alternative payment arrangements to avoid the lien process. Since February, when this public hearing was set, the count of properties subject to lien has reduced by more than half, with most of them paying in full and additional ones taking advantage of the financial hardship program and also being placed on payment plans. So at this point, I'll turn the presentation over to John Risto, who will get it kicked off. Do you have our slides?
Thank you, Rick. And maybe what I'll do is just describe what we're doing with the program, Department of Transportation's role. What we do within this whole program is actually conduct the inspections and determine what the improvements or repairs need to be within the sidewalk framework. So what we're looking for is essentially to ensure a safe walkway. So we're looking at sidewalks, curb and gutter, curb returns, approaches aside to the driveways, and everything that has to do with someone walking along that sidewalk. And we're looking at a number of different things, whether or not the sidewalk is raised, other improvements or repairs that need to be done, just again, as I said, to ensure that we've got a safe walkway. What we do in the inspection portion of it is all based on the state's Streets and Highways Code and the city's municipal code that requires the adjacent property owner to actually, there we go. I think we got it up. Can you advance that, or do you want me to do that? Well, while they're working on that, the program is really based on the responsibility of the property owner with Streets and Highways Code and the city's municipal code to actually perform these improvements. The Department of Transportation actually reacts to the public's concerns. We get a notice, usually most of our inspections are from public notice that something is wrong with the sidewalk and we need to go out and inspect it. So then we will send an inspector out to that location. We will also take a look at the adjacent sidewalk, and as also when we're doing work in the field, we will also observe whether or not sidewalks need to be repaired. But the vast majority of all the work that we do is from public that expresses a concern and then lets us know that there is a sidewalk in need of repair. And these numbers that I'm just going to share in terms of how much we've done this is just the current year that we've been working on, 23, 24. We do roughly 3,000 to 4,000 inspections and improvements in a year. The vast majority of those are successfully completed either by the property owner themselves once we make notice of that, or those that choose to have the city do it with our own contractors. And as it shows here, most of them, about 80%, are done by the property owners. We're very successful in getting this work done. The reason we're here is those that they've chosen to have the city do, we send an invoice to actually be repaid, and sometimes those invoices are not fulfilled, and that's why we're here for the lien hearing. We also offer a financial hardship program for dependent on financial need, and it could be either 100% of the cost of that repair or a 50%. And I'm going to turn it back over to John now for the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan, City Council, and members of the public. John Kachmanian, Deputy Director of Finance in Revenue Management. This slide talks in more detail about the typical sidewalk lien process and schedule. The lien cycle generally spans 1 year from August to August, and between August and October, the city issues 3 repair notices, conducts outreach about the Sidewalk Repair Financial Hardship Program, and performs sidewalk repairs. Between November and February, the Department of Transportation issues sidewalk repair invoices and coordinates with finance to send up to 3 late notices for unpaid invoices. The lien process commenced on February 6th with Council's approval to set a lien public hearing date of May 14th. In February, the Department of Transportation sent 2 notices of intent to lien and held an administrative conference in March for delinquent property owners. Upon conclusion of today's public hearing and following Council's approval of staff's recommendations, a special assessment would be placed on the property tax bill of delinquent property owners to recover sidewalk repair costs. Here's a heat map of San Jose by district showing the delinquent sidewalk repair invoices with pending liens. As of April 30th, these invoices had an average balance of $2,300, an average age of 15 months, and a total outstanding balance of approximately $235,000. So concluding with the recommendations, staff recommends that Council conduct a public hearing on recording liens on properties for the reimbursement of the cost of sidewalk repairs, adopt a resolution confirming the report from the Director of Finance concerning the delinquent sidewalk repair costs and the assessments contained in the report, and direct the recording of liens and the placement of charges as set forth therein on the 2024-25 Santa Clara County Secured Property Tax Bill for the cost of sidewalk repairs. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Appreciate the report. If we haven't already, the public hearing is now open. We'll go to the city clerk. Do we have any public comment?
I have no cards for this item.
Okay, we'll come back to the council. Apologies, just need to find the screen. Here we go, Councilor Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the report. And I believe that with these violation, that the city department gone above and beyond to accommodate and given notice to our homeowners to take care of this assessment, or at least the violation. Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct. We send a number of notices, as John walked through, before the repairs are completed, to give the property owner the opportunity to hire their own contractor to make the repairs. And then also, once the invoice is released, we have multiple notices that are followed up with delinquency notices before we even get to the lien process. And at any time, if a property owner has a financial hardship, they are eligible to apply for the program, and if their income meets the thresholds, they can receive a benefit of 50% or 100% of the cost exempted. And then in addition to that, we offer payment plans for property owners who need to spread the cost over multiple periods. So those are some tools that we have that we can offer for property owners.
Well, thank you for allowing our homeowner to have opportunity to pay it in many different ways. And I believe that 50 have paid in full and 2 have been given the hardship. Am I correct?
That is as of between the 2 public hearings, between when we set the public hearing and when we produced our last memo. So from February to April, we had 50 pay in full and 2 that applied for the hardship. That does not count applicants that would have applied for financial hardship before we even got into the lien cycle. So I believe John had a slide which recognized that there was a hiccup with that talked about the number of, here we go. On the financial hardship slide, it shows that within the fiscal year, transportation has received 158 requests for financial hardship and has approved 74 properties. So these 2 that are listed in the memo are in addition to that.
Well, thank you for doing that, and I move to accept.
Do we have a second?
Approval.
Great, second from the Vice Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Dewan. At some point, you have to tell all of us what you're doing down in District 7 to have almost no delinquent claims there. I was looking at the map. That was impressive. All right, we've heard the report. We did not have any public comment. Council deliberated. Dora, do we close the public hearing before we vote or after? Does it matter?
Thank you, Mayor. You can close before. Thanks.
We will close the public hearing. Thank you. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Davis absent.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all again. We're on to item 4.1, Cannabis Regulation of Tobacco Retailers Status Report. We have a brief staff presentation. And I'll just note for my colleagues, if I assume everyone saw, that we do have a blue memo from Councilmember Ortiz, which I'm sure will be part of the discussion.
I'll get started. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I'm Deputy Chief Brian Schaab, Office of the Chief Executive Officer for the Police Department. With me today is Rachel Roberts, Deputy Director of Code Enforcement. The purpose of this presentation today is to provide an update on the possibility of expanding the scope of the Division of Cannabis Regulation to include vape and smoke shops, primarily as it relates to the sale of illegal marijuana at these shops. This is also a cross-reference report from the April 18th PISFIS committee meeting. I'd like to start off by giving council some background on the current resources available to address this problem, both within the police department and code enforcement, as well as within the state. The police department handles marijuana sales from 2 distinct perspectives. The regulation of legal marijuana sales is managed by the Division of Cannabis Regulation, which is primarily composed of non-sworn professional staff. The Division of Cannabis Regulation is responsible for performing the day-to-day regulations of the registered cannabis businesses, including conducting inspections, taking civil action against businesses if they are not in compliance with the Cannabis Regulatory Program regulations. As currently structured, the division staff is entirely funded through fees that allow for full cost recovery. This means that staff are unable to perform tasks not associated with the Cannabis Regulatory Program unless Either one, general fund resources were made available, or two, new cost recovery fees were imposed to pay for such tasks. And as you're all aware, DCR is currently under direction to reduce cannabis regulation staffing and fees. Now, the responsibility for addressing the illegal sale of marijuana falls primarily on sworn police officers assigned within the Bureau of Field Operations. These investigations can start in a couple of different ways: citizen complaints, referrals from outside units or agencies like Code, DCR, or other law enforcement agencies. And lastly, and also most often, they're the result of proactive enforcement from officers within patrol or our special operations. And I'll turn it over to Rachel for the for the code enforcement.
Thank you. Current resources within code enforcement to respond to concerns regarding unpermitted cannabis activities, vape and smoke shops, tobacco retail uses, and any other related violation concern within our purview include one tobacco retail license inspector and one cannabis inspector. Concerns can be reported by the public either through our website, by calling our main number, by walk-in in person at our division front window, and also sending a request to our code complaints email. Once a service request is received, a case will be created and assigned to the appropriate program inspector to respond. Another resource that is currently up for renewal is the State Department of Justice grant that's administered by the County of Santa Clara Public Health Department. This was awarded to code enforcement to do enhanced enforcement of the tobacco regulations, primarily in support of youth decoy program operations to enforce laws prohibiting the sale of tobacco products to minors. And from this grant activity, we were able to perform 92 decoy operations and issuing 20 citations in fiscal year 22-23. And back to Brian.
And lastly, we get assistance from the state, from the Department of Cannabis Control, DCC, who investigates complaints of unlicensed or illegal cannabis activity. Their goal is to stop the sale of cannabis to minors and prevent unsafe products from entering the cannabis market. We also engage with the Office of Youth Tobacco Enforcement for the state level that investigates flavored tobacco and sales to minors as well.
So current regulation and enforcement activities that are occurring within the Code Enforcement Division include both proactive as well as complaint response. Proactive enforcement as well as complaint response. As far as proactive enforcement efforts, Code Enforcement is performing annual inspections of registered cannabis businesses along with tobacco retail license business inspections. We're also conducting the youth decoy operations, as I mentioned, to ensure that businesses are operating in accordance with our municipal code requirements. Code staff is also responding to complaints from the public involving cannabis-related activities such as illegal operating cannabis businesses, odor, or personal cultivation on private property, as well as any complaints regarding those TRL businesses and vape and smoke shops.
And now I'd like to talk a little bit about the police department's enforcement efforts in around illegal narcotic sales, drug sales. And I'll start off by talking about how the stereotypical narcotics investigation is conducted, because I think the background's important, and how the police department prioritizes those investigations. Now, in some areas, I'm going to be intentionally vague as to not compromise officer safety or operations, so please keep that in mind. And I'll start off with a little Law 101, and I apologize in advance, but I think it's important to have this context. In order to make an arrest for the sales of illegal drugs, we must show a certain standard of proof, referred to as probable cause. But beyond that, in order to successfully prosecute, the DA's office must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, that burden of proof is intentionally and also appropriately very high. In most crimes, these burdens of proof are achieved through witness and victim testimony to the crime. I mention this because in narcotics cases, the victim is the state of California, and very rarely do we have witnesses that are willing to testify. So that means the case must be made entirely through investigative follow-up, such as hours of physical surveillance, the use of undercover officers, the procurement of records via search warrants, just to name a few tactics. And as you can see, these investigations can be very demanding from a resource perspective. Given that fact that officers must first prioritize responses to 911s, we look to prioritize these types of narcotics investigations where there is a belief that the cases involve weapons or violence, or where we believe the drugs are being sold to kids, or where we believe the drug itself poses an immediate threat to public safety, such as the case with fentanyl. But we do investigate many of these cases each year involving the sale of drugs, to include the sale of illegal marijuana. The two cases pictured in that slide now are just two examples of separate investigations early this year. Not pictured in there is an example I can share with you where patrol officers received complaints from community members about a storefront on Santa Clara Street illegally selling marijuana. In that case, officers from our downtown services unit conducted months-long investigation that resulted in the storefront being served with multiple search warrants and multiple arrests being made, ultimately putting that storefront out of business. Next slide, please.
So in addition to the current enforcement efforts that we just covered, we have looked at potential next steps. To combat the issue of those illegal operating cannabis business and vape and smoke shops. Staff could explore an amendment to Title 20 of the San Jose Municipal Code that would define and establish vape and smoke shops as an enumerated use within the land use tables for zoning districts, and would require a permit to operate, such as a conditional use permit or other permit deemed appropriate. We have considered doing enhanced tobacco retail license enforcement, such as increasing fines or pursuing public nuisance cases through our legal avenues, and also potentially amending the ordinance to include new requirements, such as requiring signage on how to report illegal activity at those establishments. We will be issuing a letter to all tobacco retail licensed businesses to cease all illegal operations and sales of legal drugs and products as part of our annual TRL invoicing cycle that occurs every year in July. And then we will continue to respond and investigate complaints as resources and competing priorities allow. And then lastly, we're going to continue to look for more opportunities to coordinate and collaborate with state agencies already working on these issues.
And that concludes our presentation. We would ask that you accept the report, and we're happy to take questions.
Great. Thank you for the presentation and the report. Let's go to public comment first.
Inez Ortega.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Mayhem. My name is Maria Inez Ortega. I'm Vice President for Cadilla Winchester Neighborhood Association. Okay, the message for the community. I asked you, do you need a small shop in my neighbors? I don't need it. It's a lot of damage. I'm involved for the community and the school. Please, the young kids that not sit in the schools, and the little pickets, I see a lot of cigarettes. I don't need it. Because destroy families, education, respectful values. I'm here because my voice, I need to listen everyone. I don't know what you propose in my neighbors. It's close for the schools. That's not right. In cities, you have a family, everyone will have a family. I'm the mom, I'm the student. What's the propose? I need safety for the community. And I'm ready, I ready the meme. So.
Thank you. Your time is up. Back to council.
Okay, thank you. Coming back to the council, let's go to Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. Many thanks to staff, both from PBCE and Police Department, for today's report. It helps my team and the public better understand the current process of oversight for tobacco and cannabis retailers, as well as the work that's being advanced via the Department of Justice state grant. Many times, though, the frustration from the public and frankly from myself comes from the technical differences in citations. So to that point, I wanted to ask if staff could share the differences between an administrative citation and a criminal violation, as well as the differences in escalation and enforcement of both of these.
So I'll start with, thank you very much for the question, Council Member. I'll start with the criminal citations first. Obviously, for a criminal citation to be issued, there has to be an enumerated violation of the law somewhere within the penal code. Those criminal citations can really only be enforced and are primarily enforced by the police department. There are some regulatory sections that allow for administrative citations in sometimes the same general area. And the example I would give you is around the sale of marijuana. Because it is both legal and illegal, depending on the circumstance. An administrative citation can be issued or a criminal citation can be issued. Criminal being those cases where it's being sold outside of a licensed dispensary, and then criminal when it's being sold in a vape shop or out of someone's house or on the street.
Oh, I see. So it's, just to repeat what I'm hearing, it's criminal if it's sold on the street, but if it's sold within a smoke shop, it's administrative?
No, not exactly. If it's sold within a licensed cannabis dispensary within the city, then it's outside of the rules of DCR, they can be issued administrative citations. That would not be a criminal citation. In a vape or smoke shop that is selling marijuana illegally outside of the confines of DCR and the regulatory statutes of DCR, it is criminal there, but could also be administrative in terms of a violation of their license.
Thank you. I think it's important to note these differences given that our residents truly don't care if it's administrative or criminal. All they see is a smoke shop pop up where it shouldn't, and they start selling illegal items to our kids, like what's going on in my district across the street from James Lick High School, and people start getting frustrated and upset at both us and our different law enforcement entities. I've been vocal about my concerns with the over-concentration of smoke and vape shops, which have been selling cannabis, NOS, and mushrooms, which all pose a risk to our youth, and they're not carding. And although I understand that staffing and budgetary constraints, especially as we go through the budget right now, are an issue, but it's rapidly spreading throughout our communities, especially our most vulnerable populations, working class families, communities of color. And that's why I've authored the Blue Memo, which starts this work by asking to amend Title 20 to define and establish vape and smoke shops as a enumerated use within the land use tables for zoning districts, and to require a conditional use permit or any other permit in order to operate one of these businesses. And furthermore, I'm interested in understanding if we can implement a temporary moratorium on these CUPs at staff's discretion for us to get a clear understanding and grasp of the issue at hand, because these smoke shops are opening at a rate that, to be honest with you, our staff cannot keep up with, and we need to take action, and we can't wait for more questions or more studies. So I hope that my colleagues can support this memo, because in my opinion, there's no reason for a smoke shop and a vape shop to exist at every corner of the city. Literally where I live in my apartments, there's a smoke shop on this end of my apartments, and there's a smoke shop at this end of my apartments. And districts like mine already suffer from a lack of access to healthy food and outside recreation. So with that, I'd like to move my memo, which, I'll just name off what it does, accepts the staff report with the following direction. Direct the administration to amend Title 20 to define and establish vape and smoke shops as an enumerated use within the land use tables for zoning districts, and require a conditional use permit or other permit that's appropriate in order for them to operate the business. And while completing this, analyzing the feasibility of placing a cap on conditional use permits or the other permit that we choose, while staff works to develop either a new cost recovery fee or identify other resources or funding streams, whether it's in the budget, and build out a program in either code enforcement or the police department division of cannabis regulations to include regulating vape and smoke shops. And then B, return to the Public Safety and Strategic Finance Committee, PSFIS, by end of 2024 or after the new year with an update from these efforts.
Second.
All right. Sorry, that was a lot. I just want to make sure it's on the record. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Appreciate your comments and advocacy on this important issue. Vice Mayor Kameh.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Councilmember Ortiz, for that. I want to thank our speaker, Maria Inez. This has been a real problem. People don't think about it happening in District 1, but it definitely has been an issue, and hopefully this change as proposed by Councilmember Ortiz will help. We do understand that those existing are existing, but those that come forward subsequently will then be held to a standard of excellence. So I think that will help a lot. So thank you for that.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Torres?
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. And thank you to Councilmember Ortiz for submitting this blue memo. Smoke shops obviously create unhealthy communities, unhealthy neighborhoods, unhealthy youth, unhealthy, et cetera, right? But they also impact the economic vibrancy of our city. And so I fully support Councilmember Ortiz's memo, and we definitely do need to make sure that we are regulating smoke shops. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Candelas.
No, I just wanted to echo the sentiments for how disturbing it is to see the proliferation of these smoke shops and how easy it is actually for them to pop up. I had a smoke shop pop up in one of my, not that I have a lot of retail in Evergreen, but one of the shopping centers off of Quimby and White. And so I think it's important that we move forward and do this expeditiously, given how easy it is and the bad actors that are out there, because they have zero regard for our children and our families. So thank you, Councilmember Ortiz, for your leadership on this, and I look forward to supporting the motion on the floor. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Councilor. Councilor Davis.
I was happy to second this motion, and I want to thank Councilmember Ortiz for this memo, and also just say that this is definitely a Blue Zones approved policy. So I'm really happy that you brought it forward, and we're going to be having a tobacco and vaping focus group the first week of June as part of the Blue Zones work. That first week of June. So anybody who wants to attend, it would be great to have you at that focus group.
Nice plug. A blue memo aligned with the Blue Zones. All right. Well done, Councilmember Ortiz. Tony, I think we're ready to vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. We are moving on to item 6.1. Before we do so, I'm just going to turn to Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. While we have rigorous contribution limits in San Jose, the legislature, in their infinite wisdom, passed the Levine Act, which they didn't apply to themselves. It further limits contributions when business comes before the council from a contributor. As I received a contribution from Republic Services in 2023, and now that my campaign accounts are closed and my campaign is over, I'm unable to rectify this theoretical conflict, so I'm going to recuse myself from this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cohen. That was both enlightening and gave us all a good chuckle. Councilor Batra, are you going to recite the same recusal?
I received a contribution in my primary election from the public service, so I need to recuse.
In the past 12 months,
Yes.
if it was over $249, you should recuse yourself as well. Okay. Anybody else? All right. So we're on to item 6.1, Republic Services Solid Waste Services Rates. There's no staff presentation. There is obviously a staff memo.
Second.
Okay. Do we have public comment?
There are no cards.
Coming back to the council, I don't see any hands. Tony, let's vote. Great.
Motion passes unanimously with the 2 recusals.
Okay, thank you. We're on to open forum, which is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on any city business that was not on today's agenda. Tony, do we have any public comment?
I have no cards for this item.
Great, thank you all. We're adjourned.